Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first General Assembly of Volt Europa in 2021, with a special welcome to all our new members since last October. Today marks an important day in Portugal and in Italy, and therefore for all of us. This weekend, we should all have been assembled in Portugal to see each other not just virtually, to discuss policies together and to improve our internal democratic structure and organization, but also to celebrate liberation, freedom, and democracy with our Portuguese and Italian friends. Today, Italy celebrates its Liberation Day, La Festa della Liberazione, in commemoration of the end of the fascist regime and of the Nazi Germany occupation during World War II, as well as the victory of Italy's resistance movement of partisans who opposed the regime in 1945. Today, Portugal celebrates the 47th anniversary of the Carnation Revolution, the Revolução dos Cravos, when the fascist regime of António de Oliveira Salazar was overthrown in 1974. And today marks the day of Portugal's first free election that was held on April 25th in 1975 to write a new constitution for a new democratic era. Today thus seems to provide the perfect occasion to remind ourselves why we are glued to our screens on a Sunday morning during a pandemic in the year 2021. We are here today because we believe in democracy. We are here today because we know that democracy is a gift and it is something that needs to be kept alive, something in which we, everyone, must see themselves as part of and participate in the discourse, because otherwise democracy loses its life. We are here today because we know that we need visions and guiding principles for which it is worth going the extra mile, getting up in the morning and growing beyond our own limits. This is why we're here today. Concretely, today, we will map out our process to a new shared Volt Europa Manifesto that will comprise our vision of Europe's future, so that the whole of Volt has one goal to work towards too, no matter where you are active. We will also vote on our reviewed statutes because democracy is always in flux and always needs to be improved. We will take a deeper look into our European citizen initiatives through which we, as European citizens, are standing up for our democratic rights and our visionary policies to shape the EU by calling on the European Commission to propose new laws. We will discuss and work on our strategic objectives as a movement that bind us all together and ensure alignment in our work across borders and levels. And we will have a public action today at 4:30 p.m. for systematic inclusion, because tolerance and respect are the foundation of true democracy. So we will listen, recognize, connect, and empower to chase systemic discrimination. So there is a great day ahead of us. I would have truly hoped to be able to do this in person, to see you all again and meet you for the first time. Because the energy that is being radiated at Volt Europa General Assemblies cannot be made up for virtually. But it seems that we have to hang in there just a little bit longer. And in the meantime, digitization provides us at least with a second best option. So I'm very grateful we can all be here today. Already, only 4 months into this year, we look back to amazing electoral successes, which we can be so proud of. Thank you to all the teams that made this possible and become true, and to all the candidates that put their skin in the game. Let's remember today all the ones that have paved the way for us to be here, that have fought for democracy and stood up against authoritarian regimes, and thank them for their courage. And within the spirit of courage and vision, I wish you all a wonderful General Assembly. And now I would like to hand the stage over to our chair for today, which is going to be Antonia Peters. And I just need to look up the votes. She won the vote as election chairperson for the General Assembly with 1,220 votes. No, sorry, 1,220 voters voted. 647 went to Antonia Peters, 424 to Stefan de Jonge, and 358 for Lahome, and 271 abstained. So Antonia will chair with 41.2% of the votes, and Stefan de Jonge will be the vice chair with 27% of the votes. Thanks so much, Stefan and Antonia.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you very much to everyone. I'm really honored and thrilled to be here and to guide you through this day. It's going to be a day packed of interesting, exciting, and really important topics, legally, but also from a political perspective. And it's not only going to be dry and technical, but we will have some really fun items as well on the agenda. So what I like to do now at the beginning, I will guide you quickly through the different topics of the agenda. And then once we go along, we will explain further what you need to do when. But before I start with that, I also want to drive your attention again to the links that you find in your email with the invitation, because the links there, the event of the agenda and the explanatory note, they're really going to be your favorite documents of the day, because whenever you have a question, whenever you don't know where we are, or whenever you don't know what we are doing right now, it really helps to look into these documents, and you will also find answers there. And of course, you're also very welcome to ask questions by using the forms. Okay, so what are we going to do now? The very first agenda item is on rather technical amendments to the statute and to the internal regulations. And I will explain later on what the threshold and the legal requirements are for these votes. After this, we will have the board of Volt Europa. They will explain to us and ask us why they need our approval to continue with 8 instead of 9 vote members. And there will be a vote upon their question in the very end. Then we will have our first coffee break already. And after that, there's going to be a financial report about 2020 of the financial team. And you will also have the question to ask, the possibility to ask questions to them. As we go along, we will have an update on our European Citizens Initiative. And the team of this initiative will update you on their work and show the ways how all of us in Volt Europa can contribute. Then there's finally going to be a lunch break, and you can all stretch your legs a little bit. And we will be back here at 1:30, where we have the Governance Commission and the Electoral Committee, the Governance Commission, who will present their work on the Electoral Committee that we will need to have in place for the next vote for the board of Volt Europa at our next General Assembly. And as they will propose amendments to internal regulations on this electoral committee, you will also need to vote on this. Then when we go along, there is an update on our strategic objectives and actions that were decided upon at our last GA in fall 2020. And following this, there's also an interactive workshop on the priorities that were decided at this GA. And we will put you into various breakout rooms and you can engage on this topic, and it's going to be really exciting. After that, we have the development, we have a presentation of the manifesto that the board of Volt Europa is right now working on. And then when we go along, we will have some time for additional agenda items that you can, I think the time is over to present them, to hand them in, but I'll explain that in a minute to you all to make that, to give you transparency on that. And then at the very end, we are looking forward to some closing remarks of Rainier. And then the most fun part is beginning, because then we have a public action on systemic inclusion Of course, we need to do it in a virtual way because of obvious reasons, but the team has found a really cool way to engage with all of us, even though we cannot be together and run through Copenhagen or Sofia as we did the last times, for example. So with that, I think we can move straight on to our very first agenda item, unless we have received any more updates or any more amendments for additional agenda items. But I don't see any. To explain you what has been happened in the days before, there was a possibility to hand in additional agenda items, as this is also foreseen in our statutes. And altogether, we received seven requests. Some of them were some of a political nature and others also legally. But the legal team had a really close look at all of them and discussed them. And in the end, we came to the conclusion that it is that it has to be fed into the policy circle, or that this is something we need to take up with the governance commission before we discuss this at the GA. So all in all, we have no further agenda items for this General Assembly this year. And with that, I'm happy to move into our very first agenda item, or let's say the second one, because the first one was the introduction. As you can see maybe in your documents as well, this time we will, our first item is on votes of the statute and our internal regulations. They are more of a technical nature, because the amendments proposed by the legal team are meant to make the statutes a little easier to operate for our for the work of Volt Europa. And therefore, we would like to move some of the provisions in the statutes to the internal regulations. You can, if you click on the link that you will see and that you can see in the event agenda that is in your email, you will see what the revisions of the statutes are, and you can go closely through it, and you will find out that the idea is really only to remove some of the provisions foreseen in the events in the statutes that go to the internal regulations. So before we start the vote on this, it's really important. There are some legal requirements that have to be met. And I have to, I will tell you already that these legal requirements will maybe lead us, are the reason that we maybe can't even continue with the vote. And the reasons are the following. To make any amendments in our statutes, there's a provision that we need actually 1/3 of all effective members of Volt Europa. This is a really high threshold. And although I really hope that many people are attending this GA, there is a huge likeliness that we don't even meet these requirements. But to find out how many people we are, the first thing that you have to do today is to participate in the very first vote, the vote on confirming your, or it's not even a vote, it's just a confirmation of your attendance at the General Assembly. So please all open the Tasker page and go on your email, click on the bottom where it leads you to the voting system, and participate in the very first vote. And just show that you are attending this GA. And we will allow a couple of minutes for all of you to do that, to see how many people are actually attending. So while you are doing this, I can continue with some explanations of the legal requirements for the votes. if we meet the quorum of 1/3 of all legal effective members, and since we have 9,371 effective members of Volt Europa at this very point in time, we would need to have 3,092 people attending this General Assembly. So let's give us a couple of minutes and see where we go. But it's quite unlikely that we will actually meet this. If we don't meet this quorum, we can't vote on the proposed changes to the statutes today. And in the statutes, there is an option foreseen, what we do as a plan B, so to say. And there's going to be a second General Assembly convened in June, where we will vote again on these amendments and where the requirements are easier to meet. In fact, at this point in time, we won't need the quorum of 1/3 of all members. If we don't meet the quorum of 1/3 of all members today, we can't do the vote on the statutes for these technical amendments. And since the votes on the internal regulations, the second vote that we would do on this agenda item, interlinks with the first one, we can't do both of the votes if we don't meet the first quorum. So please participate in the very first or confirm your attendance so we can see if we can continue with the 2 votes. If we don't meet the quorum today, we can move on and have with the amendments at the next GA for this agenda topics in June. Okay, I will check with our voting team how the numbers are. Still waiting for the numbers.
Antonia, we currently are 180 votes, but the number is still increasing quite quickly.
Okay, so we will wait a couple of more minutes. In the meantime, I will check if we have some questions already that came up. So please use the form that you can also find in your email if you have any questions. And our team backstage will review all the questions, and we will answer some of the questions that are relevant to everyone here on screen, or some questions can be asked can be answered in the chat as well. Okay. Okay, so I just received the note that we will wait, we will leave the vote open for the next, until 11:15. And we will continue with the next agenda item. And if we have met the quorum, we will open the vote number 2 and number 3, I believe, or number 1 and number 2, I believe, are the numbers. And you can actually participate in this vote. And in the meantime, we can just move on already with the next agenda item. With that, I'm happy to hand over the word to the board, because at the very beginning of this topic, they will explain to us what happened, or the situation of one member that resigned from his position in the board, and what's their proposal to proceed with that. And after hearing about what they tell us about the situation, I can explain to you the technical requirements for the vote. So I'll hand the word over to, I think it's, I don't know who this is. So in my note, it says Valerie or Rainier are supposed to come on stage to explain the situation on the board, but I'm seeing that this is not correct. So I will just continue if that's okay, if I don't hear anything else from the backstage team.
Well, let me jump in here, Antonia.
Yes, thank you.
That we are still on agenda item number 2. We're about to hear from the Governance Commission, from Jeffrey, Ludwig, and Bernadette. So Valerie and the board will come on as agenda item number 3 following that. If you scroll up a bit further, you should see the Governance Commission with updates on statutes, internal regulations, and presentation with Q&A.
You're very correct. Thank you very much, Thor. I have actually, for some reason, I jumped over that line. So I'm sorry for the confusion, and happy to hand over the word to Jeffrey and Bernadette. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Nice to be able to be here and present our work to you. So just a quick explanation who we are. So Bernadette and I are co-leads of the Governance Commission. The Governance Commission was first established about 1.5 years ago with the mandate to look at our statutes, revise them, make them better. And we also, back in the day, designed the policy process. And after that was voted in May, there was a period of time where we had to reevaluate where we want to go. And now we started a new round of revisions to the statutes. Yeah, at the beginning of this year, together with the legal team and some other very motivated members. And we will now present to you the first batch of changes that we prepared for you. Just give me I'll give you a quick presentation. I hope that works. All right. I hope you can see the presentation. Cool. So what are we going to talk about today? So for this time around, we prepared some changes. The first batch of changes was already explained by Antonia. So we made the decision to improve the statutes in just reducing some of the stuff that is in there that is not necessary. Some provisions were conditional on things that already happened. So, but Bernadette will go into more details when she explains those. And then we'll talk about the Electoral Committee, not now, that will happen later at 1:30. Mattia Simone will explain to everyone what the Electoral Committee is and what we're going to do with that. And then we'll talk about today, or now we'll talk about the changes to the board of directors, some procedural changes and some additional tweaks. And then we'll also present to you the voting system and talk a little bit about what the future holds for the Governance Commission. So where the organizational development will go in the next few months. And if you're interested, you can join us. Right. I will just give over to Bernadette, and she will explain to you the outcome of her work regarding the first few points, and then I'll come back in for the voting system and all the other stuff.
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. Just a short glimpse at the timeline. As Antonia explained, we will have, if we don't meet the quorum today, we will have an extraordinary GRA in June. And because of time problems and the big workload of this project, we decided to shift some topics to the June GA because for the internal regulation changes, we don't need the quorum. So at the June GA, we will have some additional topics, but Jeffrey will explain this later to you in more detail. So I will move on to the statutes and IR revision, which we worked on in close collaboration with the legal team. Yeah, so I don't want to go into much detail about the technical things because Antonia already explained this to you. But I want to explain to you why we are doing this. First, we had only the statutes, as Volt was very at the starting point, and later the internal regulations were implemented as well. But because of this, the statutes are very long and in a very much detail. And because of the technical problems we have with this GA, that we need a certain amount of members, we need to meet a quorum, etc., we decided to shift every detailed regulations in the statutes that we can into the internal regulations, because as I already explained, we don't have the problem with the quorum there, so it's easier to implement changes and additional points to the internal regulations. Because of this, we want to technically revise both documents so that the statutes at the end will have a cleanup and are more like a more shortened and structured document, which is more likely, and the internal regulations will have the full amount of detailed regulations we need involved. So that much about the revision. Then I would move on to the board of directors. So we have there some small changes which will be directly implemented into the internal regulations. So this has nothing to do with the statutes. I want to make this clear. And the first one is that we want to change the regulations about the rules of procedure. So at the moment, it says that in the internal regulations that for non-executive directors, they have a time commitment of approximately 5 hours per week. And for executive directors, a time commitment of at least 30 hours per week. And in discussions with the country council and the board, we decided that this is not adequate anymore because the time commitment itself says not very much. We think that it's much more valuable if the board writes their own rules of procedure. So they will know at best how much time they have to give and who has more time or less time, which one is needed in which position. So, but we implement a short orientation in the internal regulations so that candidates for the positions have an orientation how much the work will be, but we will not give like an hour permission to them in the future. So all references to the workload will be deleted. So much for this point. Then I will move to the next one, which is about the diversity of directors. And this point is about the nationality. So the chapters our directors are coming from. Currently, the co-presidents cannot be of the same single nationality, but in the non-executive directors, 2 more of them can be from the same nationality as one of the co-presidents. So in total, 3 members from one nationality in the board is possible at the moment. And because of diversification reasons, of more fairness for smaller chapters of Volt, candidates from smaller chapters of Volt, and we decided to encourage the diversity in the board, and we decrease the number of possible board members from one nationality to 2. Yeah, so this is, we hope that this will give more room for nationality in the board and to fight the domination, the possible domination from bigger chapters. Yes, and then I will move to the last agenda point, and this is about the gender rule at the moment. It's the current state that if we have not enough candidates or no candidates from one gender, from the candidates can fill it up with the other gender part. Jeffrey, we can see yeah, thank you. So for an example, if we have only male candidates for a position, but no female at the moment, the female position could then get a male candidate. But we think that we should value gender diversity more than the guaranteed number of directors. And because of this, we decided to let the seats stay vacant if we don't have a candidate from the specific gender. Yeah, so yeah, so but is it possible that if we get later after the GA where we vote for the board, if we then have candidates from the gender we are searching for the vacant seat, maybe we could have votes for this one. So yes, so what I forgot sadly was wanted to say that the for the diversity change we want to implement, this would be the vote with the number D. About the time commitment, it's the vote within the alphabet with E. And about the gender rule, which I explained to you, it would be F, so that you know what you have to vote. So then I will hand over to Jeffrey again, and he will explain to you about the future of the Governance Commission and the voting system, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernadette. All right, so the voting system. As you might have noticed, we, the Governance Commission, have been making posts on the Workplace the last few weeks, explaining to you our work and what we will be voting on and all of that. So just to keep you in the loop, to inform you, to provide some transparency and to get some discussions going. So, but one of the things that you didn't see on Workplace that we didn't explain to you was the voting system. Now, the voting system was something that we haven't been working on in the last few months, just because it was something that was very much asked us. So we were asked to do this by the country council. They felt like this was a very important topic to tackle. Because as you might know, right now we have a preferential system for the co-presidencies, which means you rank the co-presidencies, the candidates, and then the one with the most number one spots, or the one with the most votes wins. And we do have a first past the post system for the non-executives. You just give 3 votes to 3 people out of a list of all candidates that are available, and the one with the most votes wins. Now, the country council and a lot of other people think that especially the second voting system is not the kind of voting system that we want to have. It's just it leads to situations of not only strategic voting, but it also leads to situations where someone who actually wins a seat was not preferred by the most people. So it's someone who has like 30% and he's a number one, but there's 70% who didn't vote for him. That's a possibility. And that's just a kind of system that doesn't really reflect our values in Volt. And so we were asked to tackle that. Now we went ahead and said, okay, we can do this, but we can do it until June. Because I mean, it takes some time, it needs some thinking, it's a little bit more complicated. And we also want to engage with the members on this. Now, that was the plan. But as it turned out, some things came in the way, and we were then forced to move this up a little bit about 2 weeks ago, just because, yeah, internal squabbles. I'll say no. The idea was that some people were afraid that we might not make it in June, that something goes wrong, and so we were asked to move this ahead to April. So we came together. We said, okay, we can do this, but it's only going to be like a band-aid fix. It's not going to be like the perfect system that we might envision if we dreamt about it. But it's a very solid system that we came up with now that we can proudly present to you, and we're pretty sure that it's a good system that we can work with for a long time, even yeah, in all the situations that could come up. All right, so what we do, it's very simple. It's just a fix to the old system. Basically, what we did is now we just moved the preferential system that we have for the co-presidencies and applied it to all the other positions as well. Which is, I can just quickly explain this. So what we're doing is every candidate is ranked by preference, and then the first ranked candidate gets X votes, where X is equal to the number of candidates on the ballot. So let's say there's 15 people on the ballot, so number one gets 15 points, number two gets 14 points, 13 points, and so on. Then all the ballots, all the votes are added together, and the candidate or candidates with the most votes are elected. So that's very simple, straightforward, very easy to explain. There are some issues, like technical issues in that regard, that we have those quorums, nationality rule and gender rule. And this leads to some complications in how to actually implement those. The biggest complication that we ran into was how do we avoid runoffs between male and female candidates if they are from the same chapter? Because if you have a candidate on the male ballot and a candidate on the female ballot in number one spot for the co-presidencies, for example, and they are both from the same chapter, they cannot both get in. So you would have to have a runoff. But this runoff would not really be a runoff between those two, but it would also be a runoff where people would have to consider who will get in instead of the candidate that they're voting against. And then we have a very strategic voting part, and it's not really what we want. What we want is that candidates are running against each other and not against people outside of a direct vote. So we just implemented a very basically simple mechanism of comparing how far ahead someone is on their respective lists. So you compare the top female candidates and see how much ahead a candidate is of the other candidates on their respective lists to the one on the male list, and then you can compare them, and then you can see who did better on their respective lists. So we try to avoid runoffs. The actual proposal is a little bit wordy because it's kind of complicated to explain, but that's basically what we're doing, just trying to avoid runoffs. And this is true for the co-presidency and for the non-XX as well as to the treasurer. So we use the same system for every single one of those. Yeah, so that's the voting system. It came together on a very short notice, but we feel it's a very solid system. It's not much of a change to what we did before. Yeah, and I think it'll work well for the next election in October or November, or whenever it will be. All right. Now, these are the things that we have for you today. So the changes to the rules of the board, the quorums that we changed, the diversity rule and the gender rule, the statute revision that will be postponed to June because we will most likely not meet the threshold of people that we need. But we do have a lot of other things in the pipeline for the governance commission. So this April GA is basically the things that we are voting on today are basically necessities that we need to get the next GA in October, when the board elections will be ready. So we need to prepare, how do we vote the board, what kind of board do we want. So that's why we have those gender and nationality rules. We also want to talk about the how the GA itself works, and we'll do that in June. Just to prepare for the GA, and the very important GA later this year. But there are some very, very big changes still to be discussed, some very big projects to be tackled. And I'll just give you a quick rundown of some of the things that we'll tackle with the Governance Commission in the next few months. And if you're interested to join, maybe just contact me, and we can work on this together. That would be very nice. All right. So first thing, we were asked by the country council to look into whether Volt can be what kind of role Volt could have as an organization in observing national European elections. This was something that the Bulgarian team requested, as far as I'm aware, and we'll have a look into that. The second thing that we need to revisit is remuneration for the board and for the general secretaries, for example. I think that's a very big topic to tackle in the quest for professionalization. Then there's the big topic of delegate assembly. As you might be aware, we did have a proposal for delegate assembly back in Sofia at the GA. Unfortunately, this was kind of this didn't go so well because people were not informed about it, that the change, they weren't sure what exactly the delegate assembly was supposed to be, and people were afraid that this is something that they didn't want. So it was pulled before it was actually put before a vote. And then it just basically went away, but there are still mentions of it in the actual statutes. So it's still foreseen somehow. And we want to revisit that for multiple reasons. The main reason is it is mentioned in the statutes, and there was a proposal at the GA, so we just want to finish that chapter. So if people just don't want a delegate assembly in whatever way, shape, or form we might do it, then that's fine. But we need to have a decision on this. So for this reason, we want to revive it. And then we believe that there are some good things that a delegate assembly could do, especially in regards to policy voting. Whoever followed the policy process saw that this is not exactly going too well regarding participation, for example. So the delegate assembly might play a role there. But I just want to make this sure, and I did this on Workplace once before. We do not intend to make the GA, the General Assembly, a delegate assembly. Just to make that very clear, that's not the intention. When we talk about a delegate assembly, we talk about a different kind of body. How exactly that would look like, we don't have a clear idea yet. That's what we will be talking about in the future. And then we'll put it up for a vote, and maybe people don't like it. That's totally fine. We just have to get it out of the way in a democratic way. We can't just scrap it and never talk about it again because it's still foreseen in the statutes. There was a vote to happen in Sofia. So just get it over with. So that's one thing that we'll be talking about the next few months. The next big thing is conflict resolution body. As you might be aware, we do have a conflict resolution body, which is there to mediate between parties if there are issues coming up, for example, between national chapters or between the European chapter and the national chapter. But what is not there is some kind of a court where people can actually a court that can actually judge on issues. That's not there. So all the conflict resolution body does is mediate, which is very important, of course. But there might be some things arising where we want to have some kind of a judge coming in and judging on situations, and then executing some legal provisions if someone works against them. So that's something that we might want to revisit. Conflict resolution body, what can we do with it? Do we want some kind of an internal court that can actually judge things? That's a discussion that we want to initiate in the next few months. And then the last thing for now, there's more, of course, But one other big thing is that we want to revisit the financial regulations. There are still issues with it. They've been written years ago, and it might make sense to just sit down and revisit the whole thing and see what we can improve it just to make it future proof. So basically what we're trying to do here is to rebuild the foundations of how Volt Europa works. It's a very big task and we can really need help. So if you're interested, again, just contact us and we're happy to work with you. But I cannot share much more than that because we haven't gone into details how exactly we want to proceed. So you'll hear more from us in the next few weeks or months on all those topics. All right. So we now have time for questions, if there are any.
Thank you very much for these explanations. I think this was really helpful for everyone. Before we continue with the questions, just a quick explanation on voting requirements. For these votes to be valid, they do not interlink with the statutes votes at all, because all these the amendments are already in the internal regulations, and we only need a simple majority to vote upon all these amendments. So we can do this today easily. So please go forward, participate in the vote. Please make sure that you also that you confirm your attendance, call all your Volt friends and people you know who might not be here, that they also tune in, so we can maybe even do the votes on the statutes. Please confirm your attendance, really important. It would be really cool if we can actually do the votes today. So with that, let's move to the questions. There have been 2 questions that I can pick up quickly. People informed us that the link on question 3C was not correct. It led to the statute, but not to the internal regulations. That has been corrected. And also people ask us if all the answers are anonymous, and definitely yes. There's your token at the Tasker page, and this is completely anonymized, so don't worry about that. And with that, we will go to the more content-related questions, and I will ask Bernadette and Geoffrey to answer them. The very first one that we received is, let me check. So people ask us if how board members that living abroad are being conducted, if they are conducted by their how are board members living abroad being counted by the nationality or by member association. Do you want to answer this question, Geoffrey or Bernadette?
Yeah, sure. That's pretty simple. It's the member association. So we don't check for nationality because that doesn't make a lot of sense involved. It's basically just what member association are you a legal member of? And there can only be that many of the same member association on the board.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So the next question that we have is oh no, that's the one we had answered already. Okay, I have to check here. What happens if there are not enough diverse candidates, is one member asking us. Will there be an exception on the rules of maximum 2, or will there be a vacant seat?
Diverse candidates, sorry. Diverse, yeah, diverse is a very unfortunate situation, to be honest. So right now, as we have this this parity system where we have a male and a female list, both lists are female diverse, male diverse. So basically, if you are diverse, you have to choose one of those that you want to run on. Which is already a strange situation because that's not really what you want to do. But as that's the how do you say that? that's the issue that a parity, that if you have two separate lists, that's the issue that you will have. You would have to have 3 lists and that makes everything really complicated. And it would still you would still need to choose that list specifically, which is yeah, unfortunate. We do want to tackle those issues with like gender and diversity for the whole statutes, internal regulations, like in general, revisit that. That's a big topic that we want to tackle as well, because there are, quite frankly, some issues with it in the statute still that are not very elegant, just simply to put it that way. So we want to revisit that. The question about, so the only thing I can answer to that question is, so if you choose to go as a diverse candidate, you choose the male list and there are not enough males, or if you choose the female list and there are not enough females, the rules apply to those two ballots, or those two lists, which means yeah, if there are not enough female diverse candidates, then the seats stay vacant, and the other way around. So I guess if you are diverse and you want to get into the board, you should probably choose the female list for better chances. But yeah, that's just the situation that we have.
Thank you very much. That's great. This question was asked by Sine from the Netherlands, and we will move on to the next question, which is actually related to this topic, asked by Joachim or Joachim. I'm not completely sure how to pronounce your name. Apologies for that. From Belgium, he is asking us. Currently, only male or female is being mentioned for the gender balance on the board. What about non-binary or other gender identities? How will that be taken into account?
Yeah, same thing as I just said. So I talked about male and female lists, but they're actually male diverse, female diverse, which means, again, people need to choose. Unfortunately, this cannot be avoided if we stay with this parity system. The only way we can actually avoid this is if we moved completely away from a parity system, where we'd say, okay, we don't care about gender quotas on the board. It's just whoever wins wins. So this might be 8 males and 1 diverse. It might be whatever. That's the only way that we actually move away from this completely. So we will still have to have some kind of parity system in place to avoid that. But again, generally speaking, we want to improve the statutes and internal regulations in regard to diversity in gender questions. But that's another project that we need to tackle in the next few months.
Okay, cool. And then we have a follow-up question by Renate. She's asking, my question was related to diversity of the country, of countries and not on gender diversity. So how's that been taken into account?
On the board, yeah. So the idea behind the reducing of the nationality, like increasing the diversity of nationalities on the board, is basically, right now it's possible for 3 chapters to basically have the whole board, right? So you can have like three Italian, 3 Dutch, 2 German, and then 1 extra. So there's 1 extra. This is not really reflecting the plurality of our movement. So that's the general idea. We want to improve representation for smaller chapters. We are aware that this might lead to issues in the future. So we are having a close eye on it. So for example, what could happen if there are not enough candidates from enough chapters? You could end up in a situation where people from smaller chapters maybe automatically win, because that's just a quorum that they have to fulfill. But those situations, we do not expect them to happen. Just looking back at the last elections, we had a lot of very good candidates from a lot of chapters. So we do not expect this to be that much of an issue right now, but again, we do have a close look on this, whether it works or not. It's not ideal, to be quite frank, right? So we do not want to be a party thinking in like nationality terms. Those kind of criteria are not really what we want to be. It's just that we are now at a stage in Volt where we really need to build up all parts of Volt equally, like to not leave people or chapters behind that much. So this is kind of a mechanism to try to avoid that and keep representation spread out equally above all chapters right now. But again, this is not set into stone. If we come to a stage in the future where we have a very healthy, chapters all across Europe, and the representation is not that much of an issue anymore, or we come up with a better solution, then we might move away from that again, and then we can actually become what we want to be, the pan-European party where nationalities don't play a role anymore. Right now, the realities are just that this is a mechanism that we feel like we need at this stage of what we are, just to make sure that all the interests are represented somehow.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I think that was really helpful as well. And we have lots of questions coming in. So thank you everyone for participating so actively. And thank you for all your answers given to our members here. So the next question that I have comes from Paul from Germany. He's asking, in order to for Volt to develop ideal when we are deciding on remuneration for executive board members. Oh, sorry, I didn't understand the question myself. In order for Volt to develop ideally when are we deciding on remuneration for executive board members? So the question is, when are we deciding on remuneration for executive board members?
That's a very good question. The answer is pretty straightforward, or not pretty straightforward. We will revisit it soon. The thing is that it's quite, that we have an outgoing board, right? So there will be an election in October. It's a quite weird situation if that board now decided to remunerate themselves and then be re-elected in the future. So we will be in a weird situation anyway. So like politically speaking, to make that decision. But yeah, we will revisit it. I'm not sure whether, I'm pretty sure we will not do it in June, because it's such a big topic that we need to discuss. So it will probably be in October for the new board. Yeah, that'll probably be it. So people can, yeah, that's what I can say to that. I'm not sure, but we will revisit 100% because it's an important topic. I would reckon it's not going to be in June, but then later.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question on my list is, we have a question. I'm trying to follow a gender balance when listing the different when answering the different questions. So the next one is from Sandra Cieswerder from the Netherlands. Her question is, what types of subjects are envisioned to be discussed by delegate assembly instead of general assembly?
Do you also want to answer some questions, Bernadette?
Well, I don't really have a clue.
All right. Yeah, no issue. Sorry. I just didn't want to be the one who was just answering all the questions without asking you. All right.
If I have the answer.
All right. Perfect. All right, yeah, the delegate assembly. So the main thing that like I'm not speaking like personally, this is nothing that was decided by anyone or this is set in stone. So I feel like one thing that is an issue is voting on policies right now. So as you might have seen yesterday, we didn't even meet the 5% of member threshold for some policies to be voted in. And if we vote for policies with like less than 5% of the members, but they're representative to all the movement, this is an issue. Now the policy thing has more issues. For example, those documents are very long and complicated. People need to understand what they're actually voting on, which is an issue. So I think the main thing that I would personally envision a delegate assembly of some sorts to vote on would be policies. Now, I also do not envision a straight up delegate assembly, just delegates. I think what we need is more of a body that integrates different stakeholders of Volt, where the board, the country council, our MEPs, national people are represented and they come together. So we will see how exactly that will turn out. I cannot say right now how that delegate assembly would work out. I don't personally don't envision a straight up delegate assembly, just delegates, but we'll see in the future. And again, the most important thing would be policies. I wouldn't go so far as to give it too many powers from the get-go. I think a body like that can grow, and we can see what kind of competencies it actually needs. So I would go very slow with this and see where it leads us, but just improve where we actually see that something isn't working out, which would be the policy process, for example.
And I like to jump in and correct our answer about the remuneration process. So we just had a short talk to the board, and we will give a proposal to the June GA about the remuneration. So sorry for this fault.
Thank you very much for correcting this. Our next question is actually not a question, but it's more a suggestion that I'm happy to read out to you. Nieke from the Netherlands is suggesting regarding the non-binary individuals. And she says it's for consideration in future changes, maybe also be taken up at the June GA. She's proposing, instead of having separate lists for men and women, you can have a single list, which using the ranked voting creates a ranked results. And then you pick the first candidate and then the next candidate who is A, from a different country than the first candidate, and B, from a different gender than the first candidate. This way you can accommodate non-binary gender as a third option, and also have less potential conflict with nationality between the list. So thank you very much, Nienke. We can forward this also to the Governance Commission, and they can take it into consideration when they propose when they work on future changes. Thank you very much. Next question comes from Javier Ortiz from Germany. And he is proposing, that's also a long question, which I need to read out to you. He says in paragraph 2.22123, process item E, that it says, if there are not enough candidates for certain gender-specific ballots, the missing position can be filled by candidates of the other gender that received the most points in regards to the co-president's ballots, or the most votes in regards to the director's ballots. Why this differentiation between points and votes? The provision for election the co-presidents under C just says votes too, and then ... Maybe this, I don't know if you were able to grasp the question fully. It would be probably easier if you can read it. Maybe our team can also pass it to you if you would like to have some time to look at the provision as well, and then you can answer that one. But yes, thanks for the sum. I think we can do that, I hope, and you can have a look into the wording in the internal regulations. Okay, do we still have open questions? Let me check, just 1 second. Yes, we do have open questions. I will have a look at the list. Okay, thank you very much. So the next question is from Vitor from Portugal. He says, besides gender, shouldn't the concept of diversity include ethnicity, since we are a Caucasian party?
Yeah, as I said, we will revisit diversity in like overall in the statutes and internal regulations in the future to see where we're going, and we want to work very closely with the diversity teams that we have. I think that's a much bigger effort than just changing some things about like the voting system. I think it goes much deeper, and we have to revisit this like from the ground up to see what is our definition of gender, how do we want to implement it in the statutes, and all the other issues that come with it, diversity in general. So I would like to start an effort there to just really revisit this with the diversity team to see how can we build a diverse statutes from the ground up. Right now we just didn't have the for once we didn't have the competencies. I think we would need people who are actually knowledgeable in those kind of questions more than we did. So we looked at this right now just from a very structural legal standpoint to that's what we changed about things. So we didn't really go into those kind of questions. We just wanted to make it work. But those questions are very important in the future, and we as I said, we'd like to revisit this with the diversity team and really look at all the definitions and all the kind of stuff that we have in the statutes where diversity is not taken into account as it should be. And so I can't answer this exact question right now, but we will revisit the whole topic in the future.
Thank you very much. The next one was handed in from Francis, I don't know, but it's a person from France. And male candidate, he's proposing for the votes of the Volt Europa General Assembly, we would like at least one version in each official language of the European Union. Thank you very much. I think we still have to staff up some people to do that, but I think it's a very good suggestion for the future to make this really inclusive for everyone. Jeffrey, do you want to add something to this?
No, I think we're aiming to make everything available in all languages, just to account for people who actually don't speak English that way, for example. So these kind of ideas are always welcome, and we're working on it. It's just a lot of work.
Yes, thank you. So we still have about 7 minutes left, and there are still questions coming in, or the question that we haven't answered. So we will try to pick them up and stay within the time that we have for this topic. A question by Lawrence from the Netherlands. He's asking, when a seat remains vacant, who will do the work that is associated with a vacant seat? I think that's regarding the board.
Maybe I can answer this question. So we in the revision process we discussed if we should reduce the whole number of seats in the board, because we have a very big number at the moment. We have in total 9 members in the board, and so we talked about reducing this to 7 or 5 members. So other boards and other organizations at the same level like Volt have less board members, but because of the big diversity we want to we have involved and we value, we decided to just leave it like it is. But we think that the board should have the capacities to fill in if one board member is missing, and we see that not only the board, the number of board members could be reduced about the vacancy because of gender, which is missing, but at the moment we have already just 8 members because 1 member left the board. So we have it's normal to have slight changes in the number of the board members, and we are sure that the board can handle this. And we have not a regulation in the internal regulations or the statutes which board members should work on which topic. So it's their free decision to do this, to regulate this for themselves. And so, yeah, we are sure that the board can manage this problem.
Yeah, and to add to that, we those are not supposed to stay vacant for the next 2 years or anything like that. So basically, there can be people can be appointed in those positions if they in an extraordinary GA or some kind of things. So it's not intended to just stay vacant forever. It's just if at a single election no one is running, then it stays vacant for a time, and as soon as there are candidates popping up, there are mechanisms to fill those seats regardless. And we're also talking about transitioning. This is not final or anything. We're talking about transitioning to a rolling board, where not the whole board is replaced at the same time, but one half is replaced, and then the next year the other half. So this would also lessen this impact and also the chances actually of seats staying vacant.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid we only will have time for one further question, and then we will move on to the next agenda item. The question comes from Sam Smith from Sweden. He is asking on item or on vote 3D, what is the purpose of keeping track of who comes from which EU country, as I assume most Volt members identify themselves as European?
Well, that's a very good question too. I think Jeffrey said something in this direction some minutes before. Sure, this is the way we want to think, that it's no matter from which country someone is coming involved, and we are working on trying to catch up to this. But at the moment, we have very strong chapters, very strong boards from chapters, and we just try to give every candidate from different nationalities a voice. And we think at the moment, like Volt is now, it's very important that we have board members from different nationalities because of their interests, which they are living in their nationality and everything. So we have like different mindsets in the EU, and that's very important. And the board should be like a mirror of these different mindsets. And at the moment, we think that this is the best way to show this. But hopefully in the future, we will maybe come to a point where we all have one European mindset.
Yeah, just want to add to that. That's exactly what Bernadette said in the last sentence. So it's the same issue with gender quotas, right? So it's not like that we want those, that like we believe those quotas are the solution to anything, to any problems. They're trying to counteract some issues that we see. So missing representation from smaller chapters is something that we fear, and so we want to have those representation put in there, and we use quorums to do so. But again, this is just a solution to counteract a short-term problem that we see. In the future, while we move away, we want to move. We build our party up, and we actually get closer to each other. We want to move away again. So it's basically we feel like we now need those kind of quorums for gender and for national diversity, just to make sure that we don't need them anymore in the future, right? To empower those smaller chapters to take part in representation and all those kind of questions. But I just want to reiterate that it's not about nationality, because I think that was the question. It's more about a legal membership of a member association. Just want to put that out there so we don't check for nationalities. It's just about the legal membership, which is again more of a legal issue. But yeah.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. A very quick reminder: you have still only a couple of seconds to do the zero vote to confirm your attendance. If you haven't done so, please go quickly on your Tasker page and do so. And the vote will be closing right now on this to confirm your attendance. With that, I want to close this agenda item because our time has elapsed now. Thank you very much to Bernadette and Jeffrey. I think this was really helpful and really transparent explanation of all the amendments that you want to propose. And thank you to all the members who participated so actively and asked this really good and valid questions. I think it's great that we can all work on this together and find the best rules how Volt Europa can actually function. And as you all know, this is the first truly European party, and we all have to find out what works best when we go along. So I think this is a really exciting project. Thank you very much to everyone. And with that, we will move over to the next item where the board will explain us the situation of the membership and how they want to proceed. Just a quick reminder, please participate also in the votes number 3 and make sure you vote. We don't need any, we just need a simple majority for all the these amendments, and would be great if you participate actively there. And with that, I hand over to Valerie and Rainier to explain, give us an overview on the situation at the board. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Good morning, everybody. Yes, so this is the clarification on finishing the board mandate with 8 people. As most of you might know, one of our board members, Cornelia German, left the board in December last year for various reasons. And shortly after, we were confronted with the question when to appoint a new board member. And we had to basically acknowledge that we at the time did not have the resources to organize a general assembly that included an election for an extra board member. We only had the resources to organize the one set out for today, including the policy summit from yesterday. So we now ask for your approval to complete the mandate up to the next General Assembly, so up to mid-October this year. And for your approval to complete this mandate with 8 instead of 9 board members. And our statutes and internal regulations do not obligate us to have 9 board members in the European board. So there's no formal requirement for us to ask this question. But we still want to ask for your approval as a vote of confidence, and because we want to not only uphold the literal text of our statutes, but also the spirit and of our statutes and internal regulations. And we believe that spirit contains a board of 9 board members. Valerie.
Thanks, Rainier. I just want to give a little bit more background as to why we think that it's best to end our board mandate with 8 instead of 9 people. So we now have officially around 6 months left as with our board mandate, which is a short amount of time, and we are confident that we are on a really good track to reach the goals that you as the General Assembly and also we as a team have set for Volt Europa to achieve until the end of our mandate. So a vote on a new board member will take away our own as well as European team's resources as a whole from other tasks to prepare another GA, and it will then also require us, the board, to adapt to a new modus operandi again with a new board member. So this indeed will mean that we will lose valuable time and invest human resources with high opportunity costs. So basically, in very short, we are convinced that we will be most effective in achieving our European goals when proceeding as a now very well functioning board in our current constitution, and therefore asked you to give us permission to proceed with 8 instead of 9 board members until the end of our term in autumn 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you very much, Rainier. Thank you for all the transparency here, and thank you for providing the opportunity that our members can engage here and vote upon this decision. So this vote is open now. It's vote number 4, I believe, on your tasker page. And if you just tuned in right now, if you still have further questions on this, you can always open also the documents that are linked in the email. They give you a brief explanation on the situation again and explain the reasoning behind all the votes. So do check there if you have any doubts, and also feel free to hand in further questions to that. Before we continue with, I think we have some time for questions here as well. So feel free to hand them in. But before we do so, I would like to announce that on agenda item 3, on the votes on the statute, we need the quorum of 1/3 of the member, because this is foreseen in Article 28 of our statutes, and 1/3 of all legal members of Volt Europa would, by today, we have 9,371 legal members, which I think is a great number, and we would need 3,097 members to be attending this General Assembly right now. And it might be not surprising that we have not met this quorum, but we have achieved a great number. It's 402 members have participated in how I have confirmed their attendance. Which means for us that we can't do the votes on the statute, but there is a very good plan B already foreseen in the statute, that if the quorum is not met, there will be a next GA will convene. It's going to be scheduled in June, and there we don't need to meet this quorum anymore, and we can continue with the proposed changes. Therefore, we cannot open vote number 3A, which is on the statutes amendments, and we also cannot open vote number 3B, which is on the internal regulations, but interlinked to the changes that we propose to the statutes in vote 3A. And we will pick that up at the next General Assembly in June. With that, we are happy to answer some questions. We do have time until 11:45 for this agenda point. Are there any questions to the board on the current situation? Give us 1 minute to check. Yes, there is a first question coming in. Thanks to Ludo from the Netherlands. He is asking, I'm sorry, he's asking, when will the increased diversity in the board of directors vote, if accepted, will be implemented, and what will happen if at that time this diversity is not met by the current board? Valerie or Ania, do you want to answer this question?
I think that these rules will all become active starting the next board mandate, because the period between June and October is relatively short. So all the new rules regarding the new constitution of the board will become active end of 2021.
Thank you. Next question has come in from Pasquale from France, asking what will happen if the assembly did not agree on continuing with eight members?
In that case, we will have to convene a GA to vote in a new board member, which will, I think there's always a time of 1 month to convene such a GA. We will also have to ensure that there's sufficient time for people to consider to run and present themselves to the movement. So I foresee 2 or 3 months to actually prepare for that. So we would end up in the next 2 or 3 months with another GA, and then the actual board member for this person, board mandate for this person would be left with like around 3 months again.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. And as we we need to do a next GA to continue with the statutes votes because we haven't met the quorum today. There is going to be a GA in June anyway, and I know that the Secretary General have already foreseen a date for that, which I don't remember right now, but there will be chances. There's going to be a GA in any case, and there will be a possibility to for candidates to run at the GA and to be approved by vote. Okay, do we have any more questions coming in?
Maybe one extra addition to the previous question, an extra reason for not organizing an election for the 9th board member at the moment was the fact that the electoral committee that will be further defined in the June GA is not active yet. And that's the committee that should oversee such an election. So even if you would want to organize it in June, it still have the complication of not having an electoral committee in place that could oversee that election. So we would then do it ourselves, which is also not ideal.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from Machial from the Netherlands asking, would it not make sense to have an odd number of board members, for example, 7 or 5 instead of 8?
Yeah, I think in general, this is exactly why the number 9 or an odd number is foreseen in the statutes. Normally, yes, but for the until the end of our term, we don't foresee any risk or problem with proceeding with 8 board members, because we have found such a modus operandi that we are actually pretty able to solve all issues most of the time with a big majority or even consensually. So there will be a low risk that we will be kept up with, let's say, even votes on issues.
Thank you. The next question, Valerie, also goes to you. And there's Alexander from Austria asking that he has heard that you are running as a candidate for the Bundestagswahl. And he's saying that you should really focus on your work as a candidate. So is there a chance that the board will actively only work with 7 members?
Well, thanks, Alex, for the question. Indeed, indeed, I am running as a candidate for the German Bundestag elections. For that, I will be on leave from my current day job, which is a more than 40-hour job a week from May onward. So a significant amount of more time will free up for Volt. And I'm very committed to, or we as a board actually are very committed to find a way that my duties on the board of Volt Europa will not suffer from the candidacy. And so far, we have been very confident that this will also not be the case, even proceeding with 8 people, especially because also a 9th board member to be elected would not become an executive board member, but a non-executive. So yeah, but maybe Rainier, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, maybe that I'm happy that you are running, and this is all we've had good conversations about the collaboration and how we will do it in the coming months, and I'm confident that we will make it work. And I actually think it's a good thing that we have our co-president of Volt Europa also participating as a candidate in the German Bundestag elections, because those things can actually make each other stronger as well. So I fully support it.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you also for the transparency and for the question. I think it's a very good question, valid question to ask, and everyone should be clear about that. I would like to remind everyone that you can use the forms to ask any questions right now to our board. Take the chance, you won't have them all the days. And would also like to encourage more female members to participate because I'd like to remain to take a balance between the questions, but I can't because we have too many questions from male people coming in. So all the female members out there, please participate and make this GA a little bit more diverse. The next question is concerns the legal requirements and the reason why we do the next GA already in June. Why so soon? Thanks for the questions. The reason for that is actually in our statute in Article 28. It says, if the quorum for any amendments on the statutes is not met, the quorum of 1/3 of all legal members, which is extremely high, there has to be a next GA within 6 weeks, and this the amendments have to be put on the agenda of this GA again. So the reason behind this is that, of course, if any members propose changes to the statute and they can't be voted upon, the association Volt Europa needs to react on this, and it shouldn't be the amendment should not be left undealt with. So there's a reason foreseen in the statute that the next GA should be has to be within 6 weeks after the first GA. And as it turns out, we will have to convene this GA and deal with the amendments to the statutes. And also there will be other agenda items to be dealt with, maybe also the vote for another board member, depending on the outcome of this vote. Okay, do we have any more questions? I don't see any, but maybe I'm mistaken. No more questions. Thank you very much. I think we have a coffee break coming up, if I'm correct. Let me check the agenda. Yes, we do. We would still have 15 minutes, or in fact 13 minutes to answer for the situation in the board. So if there are any more questions, don't hesitate to hand them in. If Valerie, Rainier, you have any final words on this, feel free to take the stage. And to all our members, please make sure that you participate in the vote and vote number 4. And give your approval or disapproval to the proposal of the board. And yeah, Rainier, Valerie, do you want to add something?
No, not really, actually. Thanks for having us here and for chairing, Antonia.
It's a pleasure. It's good to be here. All right. Okay, I think if my backstage team is not jumping in right now, or any of my co-chairs, I suggest we move into the break. I think we have no further points of orders. And if you do, Stefan or Thor, please just jump in. Because sometimes it's hard to keep track of everything which is going on backstage as well. And if not, we can just move, I think, okay, I see a smiley here for break. Sounds good. So I suggest we will all enjoy a huge coffee break for almost half an hour. Stretch your legs, get some fresh air. We will still be here for a couple of more hours, and there are going to be exciting topics to come. After our break, we will meet back here at I think at 12 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, and we will move on with the financial report. So please make sure to come back at 12 o'clock. The financial team, Treasury, will present what has been will spend their accounts of the year 2020, provide some transparency, and you will also have the opportunity to ask questions to them. Okay, so see you in a bit, and enjoy your break.
This is Laurens Dassen, and I'm standing here in the Dutch Parliament. And why am I standing here? Because of all the hard work that you have done over the last few years. And for that, I really would like to thank you. We entered the National Parliament, and we entered the Dutch Parliament with 3 seats. So together with Nilefer and Marieke, it will be a great honor for us to represent Volt in the coming few years. And that is because we had a really great campaign where all the city teams organized amazing digital events, organized a lot of campaigning activities, and of course also all the functional teams really did an amazing job. I hope that this inspires you as well to ensure that in the coming years we will be able to be in other national parliaments as well. But for now, I'm wishing you a very great General Assembly, and I hope we speak soon.
Hi, my name's Eileen, and along with 3 other Volters, I was elected into the local parliament here in Frankfurt in Germany just about 4 weeks ago. We're going to go into coalition, so the next years are really going to be big for us. I joined Volt because I did not feel represented, and I did not feel like political actors were actually interested in hearing what all generations all around Europe have to say. So what I want for us to do as Volt here in Frankfurt is to give people back the trust that they deserve and they need for our democracy. I want them to see that the European Union that they live in is visible here in Frankfurt, even though they may not know it yet. I want to have European discourses and overall Europeanize politics on a local level and make people's voices be heard.
Hi everyone, I'm Francesco Viola. I'm a student engineer and a member of Mantova's City Council for Volt. During my term, I would like to achieve a bigger step towards carbon neutrality. I want to improve smart and green mobility with the installation of charging stations. Another point that I want to improve is youth policies in the city. For example, last month our city has obtained European funds that will allow students to participate in the Erasmus program for the next 7 years. Volt must think about the future of new generations in Europe, something that the traditional politics has rarely done in the last years. Only in this way we can make a future of really united Europe.
Hey, I'm Jana Wilke. I'm 27 and I just got elected to City Council in Darmstadt, Germany. I have background in user experience design, which means I studied what people want and need and how to improve their lives. And at some point last year I realized that's apparently exactly what politics does. So I searched for a political home and I knew the established parties wouldn't be that, because they are missing good and reasonable political leadership. And I think that's exactly what Volt can provide. At first I was super afraid to candidate for this position because people will over and over tell you that you're not old enough, you're not experienced enough, you're not this or that. But I think this is true if you candidate now or in 5 years or in 10 years or 20 years. So the only important question that you have to ask yourself is, do you care? Because I think if you care, you can run. So I'm super happy to represent Volt in Darmstadt now, but also, of course, in Germany and all over Europe.
Hi, ciao! This is Elisa Meloni from Tuscany, Italy. I was the lead candidate for Volt at the regional elections last year. Even though we didn't manage to pass the threshold and we didn't get any seats, the president of the regional council appointed me as hearing officer at the commission dealing with EU policies, EU funds, and international relations. The same commission which has earned itself a permanent status within the council thanks to one of our proposals. What I do is attending every meeting once a week, keeping up to date about the links between the EU and Tuscany and vice versa, reporting it back to the Volt team, and giving input and advice to the president who appointed me and who values our expertise towards the regional strategic planning on these matters. The takeaway is that commitment and political passion always pay off. You might not get any seat at your first attempt, but you can have an impact on your local community anyway. so it's always worth it. Take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step. See you soon. Enjoy the GA.
Hello Volters. Here is Friedrich from Cologne, Germany. Since the beginning of this year, I'm member of the Regional Council of Cologne. So this is not a city council or a city parliament. It's a kind of the council of the district of Cologne. So it's a pretty special council, and it just is deciding and discussing the map of North Rhine-Westphalia's district part of Cologne. So we have 5 districts in North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm part of the council of one of these. So it's a little bit complicated, but on the other hand, we are part of it. And in this council, we are discussing the areas, for example, which is natural area, which is very need to be secured area, and which is area for living, and which is the path for transport, for streets, for example, digital infrastructure or electricity. So a lot of parts which contains the plan of the area is in this council, decided, discussed, and informed. And because of our elections in 2020 and the great success in Aachen, Bonn and Cologne, we have a seat there. And so now I'm in this council, but I'm the only representative of Volt. And because we are pragmatic, progressive and pan-European, and we say don't do it alone, I joined a political group, or we say fraction. And I'm the chairman of the fraction with the lefts. So now you're wondering, me and the lefts, on this council, this is a great idea. To be sustainable and to be social, and to have an overview of the possibilities and solutions. So this is what I'm doing, and this is not only city-based politics, it's also politics for the regions. If you have questions to this, come along with me, and I wish you a great General Assembly.
Good day, my name is Moritz Bindewald and I'm 18 years old. I'm probably the youngest elected official of Volt Germany at least. And I ran for the Fulda Kreistag, which is like the regional government with multiple cities. Yeah, we got 1 seat, so I'm the only one in our parliament of Volt for the Kreistag. We went into a faction with the Greens, 1 seat of us and 10 seats of them, but we saved the name and made it Bündnis 90 Die Grünen Volt, where you can hear it's Volt. And now we're in talks with the Christian Party, the CDU, for making a local government with us. We'll see how that works out. Thank you.
Dear voters, my name is Nico and I live in Frankfurt am Main in Germany. In March 21 we've had our local elections where a city team could reach 9 seats all over the different parliaments of Frankfurt. One parliament is in the local district where I live in. With about 5.7% we could reach 1 seat, which I will fill in. I will focus my work on protecting the environment by reducing speed limit and raising the quality of the education in schools, because this is a huge problem in the part of our town. Since 2019, I'm a member of Volt and I love the way we're doing politics, because I'm very confident that we bring the best solutions all over the Europe to the problems we locally have.
Hi, my name is Annalena. I'm 31 years old. I'm an engineer for water treatment and I live in Darmstadt in Germany. Since I joined Volt 2 years ago, my whole life changed. And I think a lot of you know what I'm talking about. I learned so much, I saw so many things. I got to know so many cool people who influenced me and who made me think about things that were new to me. And this all is now topped up with the fact that I just got elected for the city council in Darmstadt. So I can't wait to start working and to start to change the things around me and change people's life in Darmstadt with my decisions. So have a nice GA and I hope to see you soon, perhaps at the next GA in person.
My name is Wolfram von Rothberg. I'm a member of Volt Darmstadt in Germany. In my professional life, I am working as freelance, as a organization development consultant, and as a consultant for ERP products for Microsoft products. In Darmstadt, we have gained 7% and 5 members in the city parliament. And this gives us the right to vote for 1 honorary member in the city government. And hopefully this will be me. The election will be on 22nd of April, so yes, I hope it will happen. To all the people at the GA, let's have fun in discussing with each other and let's have good results in the whole thing.
Hello, my name is Mauri. I'm 18 years old. I live in Germany in a small town called Heusenstamm. I just finished school and I want to study fashion design later. I'm elected in this small town and we started with a few friends. And so I really want to get more of my friends involved into local politics and more young people in general. What I really like about Volt is that there are so many new people which have the drive to change something and the energy and the motivation. And it just feels amazing working together with so many people around the world.
Hello everyone, my name is Georgi Iliev. I was voted in here in Frankfurt to the municipal foreigner representation, 1 mandate. We had a great election, a lot of success, we learned a lot. What we're going to try to do with my mandate is increase the solidarity for foreigners, for refugees, for migrants, increase the popularity of the municipal representation of foreigners, and just support every single foreigner and migrant and refugee in the city. What I like about Volt is that it's a first pan-European party and it perfectly represents everything I love about Europe, about the values that we share, and about the future that we imagine. Thank you.
Hey together, I'm Frederick from Darmstadt in Hessen, where we got our local parliament elections, and with 6.9% we got a record for Volt. We were very successful here, and we are really happy that you made this magic happen. Yeah. So we have here our topics like digitalization, the climate crisis, citizen empowerment, and Europe we want to bring forward. And also these are the topics why I was joining Volt back in 2019. So thank you for your work, thank you for the politician work, for the European spirit. Because of that, the people elected us.
Hi together, my name is Britta Wolkopf and I am one of 4 elected Volters for the Frankfurt City Parliament. During my term of office, I want to stand up for a young, courageous and modern politics, especially in the areas of public administration, European exchange and culture. I'm so grateful for this opportunity and I'm also so proud of my Volt team and the Volt spirit in which I can work and grow.
So hello again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. I hope you are tuned all back in again. So hello again, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. I hope you are tuned all back in again. I have some. I've realized that I have my video, the YouTube screen on. Just give me a Okay, I don't know if you heard some background noise there. That was my own voice playing in the YouTube stream. So welcome again. Before we jump into our next agenda item, where Michaela will give us a presentation on the financial situation in Volt Europa, I will pick up one suggestion that we received in the question form, which says it was handed in by Machiel from the Netherlands. His suggestion is that we close the agenda for today and reopen it in order to continue with the votes of the statutes, where we don't have the threshold of 1/3 of all members anymore. That's a really good idea, and I know that this is possible in other national parties, but we unfortunately can't do it because it says actually in Article 28 of our Volt Europa statutes that if the quorum is not met, the next meeting has to be cannot be held earlier than 15 days after this meeting. So we cannot pick up the suggestion, unfortunately. Now I'm happy to give the stage to Michaela, who is the head of Treasury, and she will give us a presentation of the financial situation of Volt Europa. And just for some clarification, in case some people are wondering, this is not the annual accounts which have to be presented and voted upon every year by the General Assembly. It is not, it's just a presentation to provide some transparency. And the accounting and the votes have been, or the vote on the accounting has been held in our GA in last fall. And the next one will be this year in the end of 2021. So no formal voting on this agenda item, but a really nice presentation to provide some transparency. Thank you very much to Michaela, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Antonia. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good break and are back in front of your devices, ready and eager to learn how Volt is doing from a finance and resource mobilization perspective. As Antonia mentioned earlier, I will be presenting the financial overview for 2020 and 2021, and these are the unaudited accounts. After we audit them, we will be presenting in the next GA for full formal approval. So I will share my screen now. So we will be looking at the 2020 report, Q1 for 2021. I will also be talking a bit about our fundraising approach for 2021, which is really exciting, and then share with you some pipeline projects and milestones that we've been working on. So in a nutshell, in 2020, we at Volt Europa have focused on consolidating, improving, and innovating. We have a new mission and vision. We have a new narrative. We're making progress on our strategy. We have a policy framework that allows for bottom-up participation in policymaking. We've improved our design and our branding, and we have an improved organizational structure, largely due to the efforts of our amazing general secretaries. Alongside that, we've organized a couple of social innovation campaigns, such as Europe Cares, Values Over Power, Stop Homelessness, Coffee. I'm sure most of you have heard about these campaigns by now. This project, alongside the national electoral success, have led us to a steady membership growth and to increased capacity both at the national and European level. With that, we are also building our leadership by supporting people and train them in community organizing. And what that looks like in numbers, for year 2020, we've incurred an income of about 168,000 euros. 2020 was our first year when we started collecting membership fees. We also deemed that year as a transition year to allow for chapters to put in place all necessary infrastructure and processes to be able to pay the membership fee. So as a result, 4 countries have paid their membership fee last year: Germany, Netherlands, Austria, and Denmark. We do expect, however, that in 2021, all member associations will pay their fees. In terms of trading income, we've budgeted for organizing 2 general assemblies. That sadly has not happened due to the pandemic. We do hope, however, that our next General Assembly will be face-to-face. So we're really looking forward to see each other and have a sense of normalcy once again. Now, in terms of our online store, our income target was reached only by a quarter. That's largely due to the turnover of our merchandise lead. For quite some time, we did not have anyone able to manage the online store, which unfortunately led to a decrease in revenue. Our fundraising target, on the other hand, was reached at 33%. The main challenge in reaching our full target still remains the lack of capacity in the fundraising team. On the other hand, however, we've incurred great fundraising success through organizing social innovation campaign called Europe Cares, and our success is largely attributed to the ability to mobilize a wide community in response to a crisis and a pressing need. Now, in terms of expenditure, we've obviously adjusted to match our revenue, and we directed it at key priorities. Some of these key priorities are having an improved branding and design to strengthen visibility of Volt and enable chapters to run in elections. Alongside that, we've supported 14 other participants to do the training in leadership and community organizing. We've also incurred some travel costs to support our internal collaboration and external action. This is obviously very important because we at the European level work remotely throughout the year, so having the possibility to see each other and work together face-to-face is really important. And next on, we have some admin and IT costs for our collaboration tools and IT infrastructure. We've budgeted over 74,000 euros initially for a project that will allow us to build a centralized IT infrastructure fully in-house, tailored to our needs. This project, however, has been put on pause due to lack of resources and capacity. We're now in a situation where we are reassessing what are our options, and we hope that by the end of the year, we will have a fully functional IT infrastructure. This remains a big priority for Volt Europa. A next key milestone is the fact that we've hired a full-timer starting July last year. We are now by 2021, so currently having 2 people that we're hiring. So our general secretary office has been employed, which already is showing a big improvement into our structure and way of working. So we see the benefits of having someone dedicate their time for Volt completely. Next on, we have obviously costs for Europe Cares, which are largely for the storage and shipping of the aid collected during the tour that was organized last year. Now, given that this was such an amazing success, it's worth zooming into Europe Cares a bit and talking about the project and looking at the financial side of it. So over 2020 and 2021, with Europe Cares, we've raised over 94,000 euros in donations, and we've spent to date over 86,000 euros. The expenditure largely went for storage of aid, so for rent, for shipping, delivery, and supplies. Europe Cares is one of our most successful social innovation campaigns to date. It is our first truly pan-European campaign with action taken in multiple countries, such as Germany, Netherlands, Italy, and Spain. With this campaign, we've managed to collect over 350,000 masks, which we delivered to refugee camps in Greece, and we've managed to collect an equivalent of 1.5 million euros in humanitarian aid. Now, these milestones obviously wouldn't have been able to be achieved without some challenges along the way. And some of the main challenges we've incurred is operational incompatibility. So very soon down the road, we've learned that actually the nature of humanitarian aid work requires swift response and swift action that unfortunately is incompatible with the internal processes of Volt Europa and its accountability structures. Alongside that, we've incurred misalignment in vision and approach. So here, initially, the Europe Cares campaign started as a grassroots campaign, bringing together people from all over Europe to handcraft masks and send them to refugees to show solidarity in face of a crisis. And very soon it evolved into an aid collection and distribution project, which then raised questions and ambiguity about the collaboration and coordination between Europe Cares and Volt Europa. So we've, after a long conversations, we've decided that in order to allow Europe Cares to truly achieve its full potential, it's best that we move our separate ways. So as a way forward, Europe Cares will set up its own legal entity as a charity focused on humanitarian aid provided to refugees. And in practice, what that means is that we will be spending the remaining restricted funds in alignment with the Europe Cares team for costs, most likely for storage. And then once they have set up their legal entity and have put in place all the operations needed to be fully functional, they will be able to move completely independently in their work. Now, when it comes to 2021, our first quarter is actually looking very good. We've incurred an income of about 47,000 euros and an expenditure about 48,000. Income-wise, we have nearly achieved all of our targets, which is really good. For memberships and contributions, we've actually passed our target and collected 18,000 instead of the budgeted 14,000 per quarter. This is largely due to the spur and growth of members that we've incurred as a result of the very recent success of the elections in Netherlands. When it comes to trading income, we again have nearly reached our target of about 5,000 euros sales from our online store. This is largely due to our amazing merchandise team, who I have to give a shout out and compliment for the amazing work they've done for the past months in trying to put out their new designs and new products on our store and organize campaigns to get more people visiting and purchasing from our store. Lastly, our fundraising target again has been nearly reached. We've raised over 24,000 euros. And again, here, the success is mainly attributed to the Netherlands electoral success. I think we're now collecting the fruit, so to speak, both in terms of membership growth and in terms of donations. When it comes to expenditure, our biggest expenditure was for social innovation. So here again, for the Europe Cares expenses and for supporting 8 more participants to take the community organizing course. We're supporting them at 25% cost this time. Next on, we have the employee costs, as I said, for our General Secretary office, IT costs, and some legal and financial costs. Overall, we have unrestricted reserves of about 70,000 euros. So we are very healthy financially, and with some restricted reserves of 8,000, which are the money designated for Europe Cares. Now, what are we doing in terms of fundraising for 2021? I am very happy to share with you our plans. As most of you know, it is a key priority for us to ensure that Volt Europa is sustainable financially. And for that, we are looking at diversifying the income streams of Volt to make sure that whatever happens, we are balanced in that regard. So we've identified 4 main revenue streams. First one being membership fees. And here we obviously want to strengthen Volt by ensuring accessible and automating financing by every member. So we want to create truly a party for the people, by the people. The next income stream is trading income. And here we want to consolidate Volt's branding and visibility, both through merchandise and through Academy. So we want to make sure that our Academy team will be able in the future to provide trainings for external organizations or people at a cost, which will be a revenue for us that we can then channel back into our organization. Next one, we have donor outreach, which obviously is about increasing the number of donors and most importantly, the donor loyalty. And here cultivating relationships is really important. So we want to be able to segment and tailor communication to our donors in order to increase donor retention. Lastly, we have institutional funding, and here I want to stay true to our Volt model of being both a movement and a party. So I want to continue organizing social innovation campaigns and be able to get funding from foundations, so actual grants to implement those campaigns, and through that showcasing our true pan-European nature. Now, what does that all mean in practice? So there's a couple of projects that we're working on that I'm really excited to talk about. So when it comes to membership fees, we want to implement a tool that will enable automated collection of membership fees. We will start this as a pilot for the European level for individual membership fees. And if that is successful, we're looking at discussing with our member associations and see if others want to use the same tool. Of course, ideally, it would be really great if everyone would use the same tool. It would really be quite a big milestone, and it will simplify our work a lot. But first steps first, we're now implementing the pilot project. Second one, we want to implement a centralized accounting software, which would enable all member associations to use the same software. Obviously, we will respect subsidiarity principle of having different access rights, but the aim of this is to truly increase transparency within the movement, so internally, and we can access live data and see what's happening at any point in time. When it comes to trading income, as I've already mentioned, we are working on improving our store. We currently are working with Teasley, which is a provider, so it's a third-party provider that helps us by doing the printing, the storage, and the delivery of our products. We are, however, searching to see if we can find other partners to enable us to improve the quality of our products and actually improve the range of products available. And as mentioned earlier, for Academy, our amazing team is already doing some training. So they're really building that knowledge and experience internally to then be able to hopefully provide trainings externally. When it comes to donor outreach, we are again working on a pilot project to implement a CRM system. With that, we want to be able to basically collect donor information and data to be able to segment and communicate to them to increase our donations and increase loyalty with our donors. Alongside that, we are working on a donor journey. So that effectively is a plan on how would we turn our, for example, social media followers at the moment into members, into first-time donors, into loyal donors. So these two projects are very much connected with each other. Lastly, I will use this opportunity to mention that we are looking for a lead here, for a CRM lead. So if there's anyone who has experience in using CRMs, please reach out to me or Christopher, finance lead. We would be very interested to working with you because we do need support in implementing a CRM and tailoring it to our needs. Lastly, we have institutional funding, and this, out of all the work streams, this is the one that's been put on pause. First of all, because again, we don't have capacity, we're looking for a grant management lead. But second of all, because this work stream is highly connected to another project, which is institutionalizing social innovation campaigns. So we are thinking at the moment of how to find a designated space within Volt to enable idea creation and development of social innovation campaigns, which will then, these ideas would be used, or better said, the fundraising team would support the ideas by writing project proposals to hopefully get the funding to implement these campaigns. Other key milestones that are worth being mentioned is the fact that we've managed to successfully liquidate the association in Luxembourg. And we've registered for VAT, which enables us to conduct business with other suppliers in a seamless manner. Now, later on today, on the agenda, we have strategy. We will talk about the strategy. So if you're interested in finding out about these work streams and the projects, and if you have questions, our finance lead, Christoph, will be talking about all of this more in depth during that agenda point. So please join if you're interested. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Mihaela, for this presentation, for providing all this clarity. Let me see if we have received some questions already. And my moderator's team's telling me yes, we have. So thank you very much to Danielle from Germany, asking us, in the review for the expenditure 2020, you mentioned 24,000 euro for Europe Cares, whilst in the Europe Cares restricted balance, you show 55,000. Where does the difference come from?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the difference is actually in the overhead fee of the 15%. So we are, because the Europe Cares project has been using our tools and has been using our capacity. So the capacity of the European functional team, we are taking 15% to cover for that time. So it's not that there's a difference, it's that there's a difference in allocation. Whereas in, maybe I can share my screen and actually show this. 1 second. Up against my screen. Yes. So the 15% here is shown as an expenditure, whereas in the grand scheme of the overview of Volt Europa, the 15% would show kind of, it would be in the income side of unrestricted income. I hope that provides clarity.
Okay, thank you. We do have some more questions coming in now. Let me take the next one. Before I, there's one question that I wanted to put clarification on. People ask us if they can vote several times, if that is correct. And yes, that is correct, but we will only count the very last vote. So if you're confused with that, just continue voting. If you do vote twice or 3 times, we will only count the latest vote. With that, I continue with the next question for Mihaela. We received this question by Sander from the Netherlands, asking, are there already ideas or solutions for how to deal with income related to political representation? For example, due to our representation in the Dutch Parliament, grants will be available.
So if I understand that question correctly, so I guess the answer to that would be that all the budgets that come for elected officials, that will be separate from the income of us as a party. So there's no connection there. We cannot use those grants.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions are pouring in right now, so thank you very much for participating so actively. The next that I would like to take up comes from Lucia, also from the Netherlands. I think this is only a question of with some confusion. Lucia's asking what CRMR means. Something to do with corporate responsibility or a bit more explanation would be welcome. My co-chairs already indicated that this is maybe a confusion between CRM and CSR. Mihaela, do you want to take this and confirm?
Yes, apologies for that. I should have mentioned earlier. So CRM is a customer relationship management software. So similar, like for example, Salesforce, I think that's a very famous CRM that's widely known. And yeah, we want to use that to basically transition out of like using Excel spreadsheets and doing everything manually. We want to automate our communication and engagement with our donors through the CRM.
Okay, thank you. And we'll pick up the next question coming from Murph from Germany. It's concerning the membership fees. He's asking why not all chapters paid their membership fees to Volt Europa. There are more chapters part of the ASBL, the Association Sin But Lucratif, than Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, and Denmark.
So there's a couple of answers to this question. One of them is the fact that our chapters are largely vary in their capacity. So while, for example, Germany and Netherlands are quite self-sustainable, the smaller chapters, some of them may not even have a bank account, or if they do, they have little, or they haven't collected membership fees yet, so they have little financial activity. So that is one part of the answer why all chapters haven't paid yet. The other part of the answer is that sometimes, depending on the statutes of each party, they might have to, have a vote or put in place some sort of procedures to enable to pay the fees. So there's different reasons. Basically, that's why we've decided that for 2020 we'll just have a transition period to give time to chapters to implement all that is needed, so that in 2021 everyone can pay their fees.
Thank you. I have to apologize to Merv because I was mistaken and called you a male participant, but it's actually the beautiful name Merv actually belongs to a female person. So thank you very much. The next question that we'd like to take up comes from Dario, and Dario is from Italy, asking, are you planning to set up a friendly platform to allow each candidate to local elections to get funding for his or her campaign and for conforming to local rules?
So the answer to that is at the moment no, because this funding is very restricted within national legislation and rules. So we are quite limited from the European level to do that. We try indirectly to support, for example, in the Bulgarian elections, the teams are really active in, connecting perhaps to other Bulgarians living in other countries to get to donate. So it's things like this that we can do, but that's largely very dependent on what the rules of the country is, not allowing us for too much room here, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, Mihaela. The next question comes from Kim from the Netherlands. First of all, he says, great presentation. And then his question comes, as a political organizations, what are the opportunities and restrictions from a legal and accounting rules perspective in approaching corporates for sponsoring or founding, like the PAC, Political Action Committee, structured in the US?
So I'll try to respond to this question best as I can. So you're asking about corporate donations. I think at the moment, what we do is we follow our internal donation policy at the European level. Again, this would be different in every chapter. So we are not against receiving corporate donations. However, we are very mindful of, who are these donations coming from, what is the amount, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions coming in? We have 2 more minutes. Please feel free to do so. Let me also take this opportunity to explain to you that all questions that come in after we have closed one agenda item will be taken up by each team that is responsible for the relevant topic and will be answered to you later on, taken up, considered and answered if relevant in writing to you. Apologies if we don't have the time to cover all the questions, but we will do so later on. We still have one question from Arthur from Germany, asking, did I understand correctly that we could also organize any paid activities, for example, workshop trainings for companies, etc., in order to raise money for our local agencies? How would that work financial-wise, also with regard to Volt Germany or Volt Europa?
So I'll only answer from the Volt Europa perspective, not from the Volt Germany perspective, as it's outside my jurisdiction, so to speak. But yes, we are basically working on organizing different trainings for external companies or people. it would be part of our trading income. So just like we, for example, sell our online store, we could do sales for tickets or participations to trainings. Financially, that's how it would work.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to close the Q&A session right now because time has elapsed already. Thank you very much, Michaela, for providing all the answers and all the transparency. I think this was really helpful for all our members. And with that, I think we can move to our next topic, which I'm really excited to present right now. It's about the European Citizen Initiative that was at our last General Assembly in October. Our members had the opportunity to select from different topics to have our own European Citizens Initiative. And I'm very happy that the team of the European Initiative is today here. We have Anna and Raoul already waiting to come on stage and explain us what their work is about and how all members of Volt Europa can contribute. So Anna and Raoul, the stage is yours.
Hi, thank you, Antonia, for the introduction, and welcome everybody. I will start the presentation and then hand over to my colleague Anna, and I will just share my screen. Okay, so I will inform you a little bit about the update of our task force about the European Citizens Initiative. So we start with what actually is a European Citizens Initiative. And it's a tool which was introduced by the European Commission that also European citizens in whole Europe have a say in the decision-making of legal processes. So it is a pan-European petition where 1 million signatures have to be collected all over Europe with different thresholds regarding the amount of inhabitants of every country. And it has to be registered by 7 residents of the European Union with one concrete idea and to work on a legal change within the European Union. That means, for example, a right to water or end animal testing or topics like this. And so for that, you normally always need one big catchy title and a lot of partnerships, and as well as funding, as we were making research together with the other successful ECIs to see how Volt can launch their own ECI. So we have a passionate team, and we already teamed up also with other ECIs in Europe, which are mentioned here, to show also that Volt is not only supporting their own ECI, but European citizens' engagement in decision-making processes all over, and also for other initiatives. So we teamed up here with Stop Global Warming to speed up the European Commission's plan to tackle climate change. We teamed up with Voters Without Borders to demand like an equal voting right to every citizen right across the European Union. And also we teamed up with Fridays for Future in their own ECI for a more ambitious plan on tackling climate change. There's one big event I would like to recommend to join everybody. It's on the Europe Day on the 9th of May, which is going to be also a European Citizen Initiative signing day. So there are like 14 European Citizens Initiative cooperating to gain a lot of more visibility to get European support. So we totally recommend to join in on the 9th of May to support the ECIs, and especially, of course, the 3 we are supporting from Volt side to sign them. As Antonia mentioned, there was an election at the last GA regarding the topic of the ECI. So we had a little Volt internal competition on which idea we should be supported by Volt. And since then, since October, we restructured the task force. We looked already for data and for possible partnerships, institutional support and funding institutions. We're currently working on preparing a website with all information necessary regarding Volt's ECI. And we started working on the legal text for the submission to the European Commission to register the ECI, as well as we need the 7 official people being registered for at the European Commission for the registration. So we're currently looking for them. And now I will hand over to my colleague Anna.
Thank you, Raul. And as Raul already explained, we have a fully functional team, and we started already last October. First, it was very crucial that we actually partner with other organizations that are stakeholders in the rail industry. And since our idea is a European train network, we had to actually vote for a good name for our project, and we ended up having the name Eurotrain. The Commission also approved our idea last autumn, and we started contacting partners like European Rail Agency and the European overall consumer organization, and also companies that work on rail infrastructure in different European countries. It's also very crucial that in this project we reach as many people as possible. So building up the website is very important, and setting up the social media channels is something that we are currently working on. And also in our team, there's also many good ideas. And Martin and George had an idea of actually creating a Discord channel to reach even more people and more partners in different channels. And as we're working on, I'm gonna introduce quickly the actual idea that we have. So the Eurotrain project, we aim to make rail traveling easier, faster, and smarter, and also greener for everyone. And we think that a single European railway would really help to tackle the climate crisis. And we try to put more emphasis on legislation that actually helps to build this network, and also would include more high-speed train lines and night trains and single ticketing and single scheduling. But also what is needed is cohesion funds. Should we go to the next slide? In our current team, since Bianca stepped a little bit in the background and she's helping us as organizational support, Raul and me are the co-leaders of our task force. We have Jason, George, and myself working with communications and marketing. We also have partnerships team with Martin, Francesco, Filippo. And in our technology, well, we're talking about trains, so there's always a lot of technical specifications and other details that need to be sorted out. We have Geert, we have Dario, Emerick, and Christian. We still need to figure out the fundraising team and members, and we have Bianca and Lorenzo in giving us the organizational support. And there's a nice team picture as well from one of the calls. And since it's an ongoing project and we have a lot of ideas, a lot of tasks and different teams, we are always looking for new team members to join our project. And anybody, you don't even have to know a lot about trains. If you're just passionate about creating a greener Europe and making traveling faster, if you're interested in, let's say, communications or marketing or fundraising, or if you're really passionate about trains and train networks, Yes, please join our team, and we have a Discord channel, we have a workplace group, and you can always reach us also just through email. Contacting anyone from the team is okay. So here, I think we can stop here, and if anybody has any questions, you can ask me and Raul. We are happy to help.
Thank you very much to Anna and Raul for these updates. Thank you very much. Indeed, we have 5 minutes left to take some questions. So take out your forms and hand them in quickly. And the two of them are happy to answer them. The very first one is there already, comes from Robin from the Netherlands, asking why no cooperation with the IKI-UBI. Volt is wanting to move towards a guaranteed minimum income. So this initiative is very hopeful. Start unconditional basic income throughout the EU. And then there's a link to the ikiubi.eu site. I don't know if you're familiar with that, and I see Raul nodding. So
thanks for the question, Robin. Yes, we do support a lot of different ECIs, but we cannot partnership with everyone. So we would promote all of them, and we would also ask everybody within Volt Europa, just go through the website and look at all the initiatives there are. They are really great initiatives in different areas. And yes, basic income is also something that we are discussing within Volt, within the Volt chapters in Europe, and it's probably good that some initiatives also come from Volt itself.
Thank you very much. Okay, cool. I don't see any further questions coming in right now. And we are almost at our lunch break as well. If there are some more questions, or if Anna and Raul want to have some final words, feel free to do so. Yes, my co-chairs confirm there's no further questions. So thank you very much to Anna and Raul. Any final words from your side?
No, I think this is good. Thanks all, and please join our initiative and also promote your own initiatives. It's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, so maybe a quick reminder from my side to everyone who came in a little bit later. If you have any questions on where we are and what we are doing, it's also really helpful to click on the links that you find in the email, but also is the link to the tasker page in the voting system. It's really helpful if you are lost in one agenda item, if you don't know what's going on right now. There are really helpful explanations to all the topics that we are discussing today. So feel free to this really helpful document. Please use that one, or always feel free to hand in any questions. And if time allows, we will, of course, take up all questions here and have them answered by the presenters of the topics. I'm receiving the note that we have 400 covering viewers right now. So I think there's potential for more, but it's already a full number. Tell all your Volt friends to join us here during the afternoon. They're going to be really exciting and interactive topics coming up. We will have some more votes on the internal regulations, where we really would like to have everyone engaged. We will have a workshop session and some more cool presentations from the boards and different teams here working at Volt Europa. So it's going to be really interesting. And then at the very end, of course, there's also our public actions, which you shouldn't miss. So I'm looking forward to see many of you, and hopefully even more of you, after our lunch break, which is, we will be back here in 45 minutes, if I'm not correct. Yes, correct. 45 minutes until 1 o'clock 1:30 Central European Time, and I apologize to everyone that I don't mention CET like earlier on. Of course, I am well aware that we have also visitors from UK or from Eastern European part, and it's not you're running on in different time zones. But let's meet back here in 45 minutes Central European Time, 1:30 Central European Time, and with that, I wish you a good lunch break. And there's one last announcement, because if you have the screen on during the lunch break, you will see the videos of our elected or all the people who have currently a political mandate within Volt Europa from Germany, from Italy, from the Netherlands. They find it in videos, and they're really interesting and cool. And if you want to get to know their experience, what they're doing right now, presenting Volt officially, have a look at these videos. And with that, I will leave you, and I'll see you in 45 minutes after lunch break. Thank you.
This is Laurens Dassen, and I'm standing here in the Dutch Parliament. And why am I standing here? Because of all the hard work that you have done over the last few years. And for that, I really would like to thank you. We entered the National Parliament, and we entered the Dutch Parliament with 3 seats. So together with Nilefer and Marieke, it will be a great honor for us to represent Volt in the coming few years. And that is because we had a really great campaign where all the city teams organized amazing digital events, organized a lot of campaigning activities, and of course also all the functional teams really did an amazing job. I hope that this inspires you as well to ensure that in the coming years we will be able to be in other national parliaments as well. But for now, I'm wishing you a very great General Assembly, and I hope we speak soon.
Hi, my name's Eileen, and along with 3 other Volters, I was elected into the local parliament here in Frankfurt in Germany just about 4 weeks ago. We're going to go into coalition, so the next years are really going to be big for us. I joined Volt because I did not feel represented, and I did not feel like political actors were actually interested in hearing what all generations all around Europe have to say. So what I want for us to do as Volt here in Frankfurt is to give people back the trust that they deserve and they need for our democracy. I want them to see that the European Union that they live in is visible here in Frankfurt, even though they may not know it yet. I want to have European discourses and overall Europeanize politics on a local level and make people's voices be heard.
Hi everyone, I'm Francesco Viola. I'm a student engineer and a member of Mantova's City Council for Volt. During my term, I would like to achieve a bigger step towards carbon neutrality. I want to improve smart and green mobility with the installation of charging stations. Another point that I want to improve is youth policies in the city. For example, last month our city has obtained European funds that will allow students to participate in the Erasmus program for the next 7 years. Volt must think about the future of new generations in Europe, something that the traditional politics has rarely done in the last years. Only in this way we can make a future of really united Europe.
Hey, I'm Jana Wilke. I'm 27 and I just got elected to City Council in Darmstadt, Germany. I have background in user experience design, which means I studied what people want and need and how to improve their lives. And at some point last year I realized that's apparently exactly what politics does. So I searched for a political home, and I knew the established parties wouldn't be that, because they are missing good and reasonable political leadership, and I think that's exactly what Volt can provide. At first I was super afraid to candidate for this position, because people will over and over tell you that you're not old enough, you're not experienced enough, you're not this or that. But I think this is true if you candidate now or in 5 years or in 10 years or 20 years. So the only important question that you have to ask yourself is, do you care? Because I think If you care, you can run. So I'm super happy to represent Volt in Darmstadt now, but also, of course, in Germany and all over Europe.
Hi, ciao! This is Elisa Meloni from Tuscany, Italy. I was the lead candidate for Volt at the regional elections last year. Even though we didn't manage to pass the threshold and we didn't get any seats, the president of the regional council appointed me as hearing officer at the commission dealing with EU policies, EU funds, and international relations. The same commission which has earned itself a permanent status within the council thanks to one of our proposals. What I do is attending every meeting once a week, keeping up to date about the links between the EU and Tuscany and vice versa, reporting it back to the Volt team, and giving input and advice to the president who appointed me and who values our expertise towards the regional strategic planning on these matters. The takeaway is that commitment and political passion always pay off. You might not get any seat at your first attempt, but you can have an impact on your local community anyway, so it's always worth it. Take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step. See you soon. Enjoy the GA.
Hello Volters. Here is Friedrich from Cologne, Germany. Since the beginning of this year, I'm member of the Regional Council of Cologne. So this is not a city council or a city parliament. It's a kind of the council of the district of Cologne. So it's a pretty special council, and it just is deciding and discussing the map of North Rhine-Westphalia's district part of Cologne. So we have 5 districts in North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm part of the council of one of these. So it's a little bit complicated, but on the other hand, we are part of it. And in this council, we are discussing the areas, for example, which is natural area, which is very need to be secured area, and which is area for living, and which is the path for transport, for streets, for example, digital infrastructure or electricity. So a lot of parts which contains the plan of the area is in this council, decided, discussed and informed. And because of our elections in 2020 and the great success in Aachen, Bonn and Cologne, we have a seat there. And so now I'm in this council, but I'm the only representative of Volt. And because we are pragmatic, progressive and pan-European, and we say don't do it alone, I joined a political group, or we say fraction. And I'm the chairman of the fraction with the lefts. So now you're wondering, me and the lefts, on this council this is a great idea. To be sustainable and to be social. And to have an overview of the possibilities and solutions. So this is what I'm doing, and this is not only city-based politics, it's also politics for the regions. If you have questions to this, come along with me and I wish you a great General Assembly.
Good day, my name is Moritz Bindewald and I'm 18 years old. I'm probably the youngest elected official of Volt Germany at least. And I ran for the Fulda Kreistag, which is like the regional government with multiple cities. Yeah. We got 1 seat, so I'm the only one in our parliament of Volt for the Kreistag. We went into a faction with the Greens, 1 seat of us and 10 seats of them, but we saved the name and made it Bündnis 90 Die Grünen Volt, where you can hear it's Volt. And now we're in talks with the Christian Party, the CDU, for making a local government with us. We'll see how that works out. Thank you.
Dear voters, my name is Nico and I live in Frankfurt am Main in Germany. In March 21 we've had our local elections where a city team could reach 9 seats all over the different parliaments of Frankfurt. One parliament is in the local district where I live in. With about 5.7% we could reach 1 seat, which I will fill in. I will focus my work on protecting the environment by reducing speed limit and raising the quality of the education in schools, because this is a huge problem in the part of our town. Since 2019, I'm a member of Volt and I love the way we're doing politics, because I'm very confident that we bring the best solutions all over the Europe to the problems we locally have.
Hi, my name is Annalena. I'm 31 years old. I'm an engineer for water treatment and I live in Darmstadt in Germany. Since I joined Volt 2 years ago, my whole life changed. And I think a lot of you know what I'm talking about. I learned so much. I saw so many things. I got to know so many cool people who influenced me and who made me think about things that were new to me. And this all is now topped up with the fact that I just got elected for the city council in Darmstadt. So I can't wait to start working and to start to change the things around me and change people's life in Darmstadt with my decisions. So have a nice GA and I hope to see you soon, perhaps at the next GA in person.
My name is Wolfram von Rothberg. I'm a member of Volt Darmstadt in Germany. In my professional life, I am working as a freelance, as a organization development consultant and as a consultant for ERP products for Microsoft products. In Darmstadt, we have gained 7% and 5 members in the city parliament. And this gives us the right to vote for 1 honorary member in the city government. And hopefully this will be me. The election will be on 22nd of April, so yes, I hope it will happen. To all the people at the GA, let's have fun in discussing with each other and let's have good results in the whole thing.
Hello, my name is Mauri. I'm 18 years old. I live in Germany in a small town called Heusenstamm. I just finished school and I want to study fashion design later. I'm elected in this small town and we started with a few friends. And so I really want to get more of my friends involved into local politics and more young people in general. What I really like about Volt is that there are so many new people which have the drive to change something and the energy and the motivation. And it just feels amazing working together with so many people around the world.
Hello everyone, my name is Georgi Iliev. I was voted in here in Frankfurt to the municipal foreigner representation, 1 mandate. We had a great election, a lot of success, we learned a lot. What we're going to try to do with my mandate is increase the solidarity for foreigners, for refugees, for migrants, increase the popularity of the municipal representation of foreigners, and just support every single foreigner and migrant and refugee in the city. What I like about Volt is that it's a first pan-European party and it perfectly represents everything I love about Europe, about the values that we share and about the future that we imagine. Thank you.
Hey together, I'm Frederick from Darmstadt in Hessen, where we got our local parliament elections, and with 6.9% we got a record for Volt. We were very successful here and we are really happy that you made this magic happen. Yeah. So we have here our topics like digitalization, the climate crisis, citizen empowerment and Europe we want to bring forward. And also these are the topics why I was joining Volt back in 2019. So thank you for your work, thank you for the politician work, for the European spirit. Because of that, the people elected us.
Hi together, my name is Britta Wolkopf and I am one of 4 elected Walters for the Frankfurt City Parliament. During my term of office, I want to stand up for a young, courageous and modern politics, especially in the areas of public administration, European exchange and culture. I'm so grateful for this opportunity and I'm also so proud of my Volt team and the Volt spirit in which I can work and grow.
on the YouTube live stream.
Thanks for that, Thor. So I suggest we wait a couple of seconds until this is fixed.
I believe we are now back with sound and that you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, so we will continue with, we are back with agenda item number 6, and we will open vote number 5 for this. It stays open with all the other votes until 3:30 Central European time again. So 2 hours more. Please make sure you participate. Please take out, please go on your Tasker page and do the votes. Also, you have still a chance to vote on all the other the previous votes. If you have any questions to the votes and were not able to join this morning, I can really recommend the links in your invitation emails to the explanatory note where all votes are again explained, and where you can find the links to the relevant documents as well, so you can still participate, and we appreciate your votes. All right, and with that, I think I have no further announcements, and I'm happy to have, oh, I see there was one other question maybe that I should answer before we move on. Exactly. So we had a clarification. We received a comment on the previous agenda item on the financial reports, and one of our members, Charles from France, wanted to clarify that there's more general member associations who have actually paid their membership fee, and in particular France. From the Volt France wasn't mentioned in the presentation of Michaela, because Volt France wasn't able to pay the fee in 2020, because they didn't have the list, and they needed to make sure that all their national members handed in their fees, and they could only pay their membership fees to Volt Europa in 2021. So thank you very much for these clarifications, Charles. Very well on point. And we are glad that Volt France is also able to pay the fees. And with that, now I finally hand over the word to Mattia, who will present the background, the content of the proposals for the Electoral Committee. So the stage is yours.
So thank you very much. Just a second, let me share my screen. Okay. If you can see the screen. Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody. I'm Mattia, and I'm here on the behalf of the Governance Commission to present the proposal that will be implementing the electoral body for Volt Europa. This electoral body will be called the Electoral Committee. So let me first draft the lines of the context in which our association is operating. As you can see in this schema, we're a pretty well-structured organization. And as is standing by now, we so far implemented most of the necessary official bodies that we need for becoming a well-organized European party. In the Good Governance Commission report presented by the Governance Commission in Sofia 2019, the Electoral Committee says about the Electoral Committee that the Electoral Committee implements and monitors electoral procedures in accordance with our core documents. It will ensure transparency and smooth operation before, during, and after the election, and act in concordance and coordination with relevant bodies, among others. Its task is to include ensuring the respect of timing and processes, monitoring campaign, guaranteeing Volt members' right to vote and equality, and electoral communication, and announce official election results. Okay, so with this statement in mind, we succinctly draft the proposal for the Electoral Committee that seeks to finalize a path started 2 years ago and be ready for the new board election that will come in October. So first of all, why do we need an electoral body? An election, first let me say, organizing election is a difficult task. By experience, I've done so far. I've done many times for Volt Italia, so it's something difficult. It involves many steps. There are many passages about many teams, legal, tech, communication, and so on. So, first of all, then there is a problem more related to the fact that we need to ensure a legitimation of the process, which every member can trust. Then we need to ensure election fairness during the electoral campaign. And so we concluded that for doing all this stuff, we need an independent body. Okay, so why are we talking about implementation, not creation? Because Statute is at Article 21 already foresee as an additional body the Electoral Committee. An electoral committee that will organize and supervise all internal election for organs of the association, as well as the election process for candidates for public mandates. So about these two clauses, we focused on the first part of this clause, so about internal election. We set up the base for the future, for the further iteration of the electoral committee. For the second clause, so selection of candidates for public mandates. But this implementation will focus on the implementing a body that will take care of the internal election mostly. In the internal regulation, there are many references, in fact, already in place for these competencies about the electoral committee. The most important, I think, is this one. So the election of the directors will be managed by the electoral committee. We will not change this. The procedure for the election of the electoral committee will, for the board of directors are in place and will not be changed. We're just implementing how this body will be composed, how will be the appointment process, and so far. So here it comes to the proposal for an electoral committee. Starting with this principle in mind, we need a committee that is gender balanced. We need in this committee that should be represented different nationalities. We need this committee that should be independent. And we need in the committee a person that has an election know-how. So for these reasons, the composition will be of 5 members from at least 3 different national chapters. There will be an odd number. The reason is simple. You cannot have a tie in the deliberation of this body. So with an odd number, you fix this problem. No more than 3 members of each gender shall be represented. So for instance, you can have 3 male and 2 female, or 3 female and 2 male. The idea is to keeping gender balance, so we put this clause for doing this. And incompatibility rules are related to members that members of the electoral committee shall not be part of board of directors or any national board or any other bodies of Volt Europa, is intended as official bodies like the conflict resolution body, for instance. Okay, so here we come to the appointment procedure, how this committee will be formed. The committee will be, the committee members will be individually appointed by the board of directors. But as an additional guarantee for all of us, the country council shall confirm his appointment. Each member will get a 2-year term, the possibility to have a 2-year term for doing this. So why do we decided to make the board of directors responsible for the appointment of members of the electoral committee? The reason is simple. We said before, there are two main reasons for most. The first one is easy to understand, is practical. We need an electoral committee in place before October's election, and as it stands by now, if we need to set up a procedure with the assembly, it will be so difficult to get an electoral committee. And as it stands today in the internal regulation, the electoral procedure are in charge of the board itself. So the board has to renovate itself and manage the process by itself. So we think that this is not good, and we need to prioritize this work. As an additional guarantees, of course, that the board of electors will not appoint members that they're more favorable to them. For instance, members of the board of electors that is seeking for re-election, we have a country council that confirms the appointments. So coming to the competencies, the competencies will be reviewing the application of candidates. This is very easy. It's an administrative task. They get the applications and they see that everything is placed. The applicant is really a member of Volt Europa and stuff like that. Is not there are not political decisions in this review. Ensure fairness during the electoral campaign. This is more complex. Should be more political. That we will see some mechanism on which the electoral committee can be challenged. To have more to be sure that the check and balances are correct. Administer and organizing voting operation. Also, this is self-explaining. Validate voting methods for internal election at European level according to the statutes and internal regulation. Okay, this basically means that we need the electoral committee check if the procedure that is in place when you receive a ballot, you see things that are on the ballot, the option you can choose, etc., etc. The electoral committee will be responsible for checking if the ballot you receive is actually, and the way the results are counted is actually, and they're actually what they're foreseen in the statutes and the regulation. So if the algorithm for counting votes is actually the algorithm that is described in the regulation that all we vote in the General Assembly. And the last competence is about the second clause that was of the statutes that was referred before about public mandates. Validate a common framework for selecting candidates for public offices. This part is more tricky for us because as stand by now, the national law of some countries in the European Union foresee that party shall be independent from any other international organization. So for this reason, Volt Europa cannot do any binding decision for those parties. So while we cannot set up by rule a common framework valid for everybody, binding framework, we can start by validating an agreement. So the electoral committee will be kind of responsible of mediating and converging an agreement between all electoral committees from national electoral committee of our chapters, so that we have an harmonized procedure for selecting candidates for European Parliament. I was saying before, there will be a way to challenge a decision of the electoral committee. Any decision, in fact, can be challenged in front of the country conflict resolution body. And for ongoing electoral procedure, this proceeding will have the highest priority possible in order to solve the controversy in the fastest possible way. The internal regulation actually foresee for board election 48 hours, which the conflict shall be resolved. And it will be possible, this will be an exceptional case to challenge a member of the electoral committee for exceptional stuff like misbehaving, gross misconduct, violation of the statutes, and the possibility to remove a member from the electoral committee will be in charge. We are responsibility of the country council that will have to vote for the removal decision with a supermajority of 2/3 of these components. Okay, with your vote, what will be changes so far? Summarizing up, let's start with the board. The board will not be responsible anymore for directly administering election. The electoral process, of course, will be considered safer, and there will be an accountable body for this process. And I want to state again that this committee will mostly run administrative tasks. Okay, the modification that we're going to vote today will be directly implementable. So if approved, the board of directors after this GA can start the procedure to appoint members of the electoral committee. You will hear more from the board for any eventual call to action. So thank you, Antonia. I yield the floor you back if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mattia. Thanks for the presentation and the clarification of what is behind this vote. Vote number 5 is open now. The Governance Commission is asking for your approval on their suggestions. So please participate in the votes. The legal requirements for the votes, again, is it only concerns the internal regulations and not the statute. We only need to meet a simple majority for these amendments, and we don't need to meet any quorum. So yes, we do have some times for questions. Before we look into the questions on this topic, I wanted to remind people, or explain again, that all the questions that came in and concerned agenda items from the morning can't be answered at this point in time anymore, because we will need to focus on the ones on this topic now, but the relevant teams will look into all the questions that came up and also provide an answer in writing. So apologies if you didn't find the time to answer them now, but please feel free also to submit some more questions if you have some concerning the other votes, and they will be answered in writing. Okay, so the first question to Mattia comes from Felix from Portugal. He asked the question why the electoral committee is not open for applications like the other elections. Maybe you want to repeat your answer to this.
It's if we see the electoral committee as an elective office, you will foresee you will need a committee to elect a committee, and this will be an infinite recursion, and will be not possible to having such to fix that problem. So coming up, we came up with some alternatives, like some alternatives were proposed to whether to appoint the electoral committee from the board, but having confirmed by General Assembly, or alternatively, there will be an electoral committee directly elected by the country council. Both of them seem to be pretty strange to us. So we ran some compromise. This compromise will allow us to run the election in this October. Then, as always, the electoral committee will be subject to further revision by the end of this year, after the board election in this October.
Thank you very much. We have some further questions. Thank you very much to Marty from the Netherlands. She is asking, first of all, she says, I'm in the Dutch nominating committee, where we also look at suitability of candidates and their competences to see if they can fill the position correctly. Are there plans to extend the competencies of the electoral committee to qualitative judgments?
We in the governance commission and talking with stakeholders, this topic about electoral committee of judging candidates came up, and there was no agreement between stakeholders about this topic, because most countries see this committee has an administrative body that runs election. As stand by now, without modifying the statutes, we cannot implement a committee that will be politically responsible for judging candidates. as you may read in the statutes, it's clearly written that is administer and oversee election. We will need a statute revision, and we unfortunately do not have the time to do this.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, also from the Netherlands, is from Peter. He is asking again, what security measures have been taken to be able to meet safely?
Sorry, I didn't catch you.
He's asking what security measures have been taken to be able to meet safely.
To meet safely I don't understand in which context meet safely. The electoral committee will meet like any other body, I think. As the board of director convenes, there will be the possibility to convene in a digital way. You can read in the proposal, there will be the possibility to convene them in physical, face by face, or digitally via conference call. Right.
Okay. Maybe
maybe I didn't understand what.
Yes, I have to admit I just read out the question, and maybe he means in terms of digital safety. But Peter, you're welcome to hand in to clarify your question, and then you can take that up again. But I think we do have some more questions, and there's still a couple of minutes left. Again, from the Netherlands, we have Arjen, who's asking, what is the reasoning behind the following? The members of Volt Europa can't directly vote to dismiss a member of the Electoral Committee, but only the country council is able to do so.
This is a process that we foresee that you need a kind of supermajority to dismiss a person. We decided to make this thing. So also for the reason that we said before. So right now in Volt, you will necessary to do this by dismissing the General Assembly. We always need some legitimation from the country council, which represent the national chapters, because as I stand by now, we are disproportionate in terms of membership. It's a problem that we all know, and we of course we want to get to fix these issues. But so stand by now with the tool that I have to implement the modifications. This so far was the only option available for us to have a supermajority of members involved in the process, and the General Assembly doesn't even reach usually a supermajority with such quorum. Thank you, Netherlands, for grilling for the grilling.
Peter, who asked the previous question, he is attending the session and heard your question, and he clarifies that indeed his question was in regard to cybersecurity in prevention to deepfake, and then there's a link to a Dutch page which I can't understand, but I'm sure maybe you will pick up this question right now, or you can also get back to him.
I'm pretty confident about cybersecurity, since I'm following a master in cybersecurity. It depends. If you think to safety of the vote, you have to speak with tech team. If we speak about the committee, the electoral committee, this is not a problem only related to the electoral committee. Is of course a problem related also with other bodies. Also, us that we are in the same room. I'm on the stage with Antonia. Antonia doesn't know if I am a deepfake or not, but there are some procedures before to identify persons. So it's a problem that we haven't think about right now, but it's not a problem of the Governance Commission. It's more like a problem of the tech team anyway.
Okay, we have time for one very last question, and for everyone listening and attending, please make sure you vote. Vote number 5 is open, and please make sure and approve or disapprove the suggestions. And before we close this session, we will have the very last question, also from the Netherlands again. We have Nika, who is asking, could you have candidates for the committee be proposed by the board, but then require approval by the GA? And even if the GA doesn't approve of some of the proposed candidates, the board would need to propose new candidates. Similar to how an elected president of a country often proposes ministers and secretaries, but the parliament, house, etc., needs to approve the proposed candidates.
Yes, it's similar, but there is the country council instead of general assembly. The reason, as I told before, I told to this assembly before, this was an option, but to organize and to focus on convening another assembly for only confirming the appointees of the board of directors will be difficult for us. We need to define a faster process for decision making of the general assembly without convening such general assembly with all the stuff that comes around the general assembly. But this is a thing that we definitely have to do in the future. And as it stands by now, we have election in October. And we need to take also statutes revision and the other stuff around in June, and will not be possible to convene a third general assembly to do the confirmation. Okay, but of course, this is not written in the stone. We will sure take up the revision in terms of also to make the General Assembly accountable for confirming appointees from the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much, Mattia. You finished just in time. And I do not see any further questions to this topic. Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have any further questions, you can still hand them in, but they will be answered later on and only in writing. If you have questions on the vote itself, I recommend to open the explanatory note again. It will help you and maybe help you with some clarifications. And with that, thank you very much to Mattia, and I think we can move on to the next agenda item, which is on the strategic action and objectives of Volt Europa. If you attended the General Assembly in May 2020, you might remember that our members there have approved the vision and 7 strategic objectives. Since then, the Strategic Commission has worked upon strategic actions with the European teams as well as the national chapters. And I'm very glad that they are here today and will give us an update on their work. And following this, please stay here because the next agenda topic will have some interactive workshops where all of you can participate. But before we do that, I give the floor to I don't have the name right now.
Michelle.
To Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. I can see you already. Great. So thanks to you. Thanks for being here, and the stage is yours.
Hi, and welcome to the presentation of the Strategy Commission. I hope you're having a good GA up to now. We wanted to present to you who we are. So this is our team. Last time, I think we presented to you about a dozen people. We have shrunk a bit, but grown on a different level. But I'll get to that. This is what we do. So we realize that it's sometimes a little intransparent to some people what we actually do. So what we do is that we provide workshops to chapters to create their strategy, obviously only if they need support and if they kind of don't know how to come to their strategy at all. But the main goal is to align with each of the chapters so they understand the European vision and objectives, and then align their strategy, so the chapter strategy with the European level strategy, to ensure that we're like all moving in the same direction. And we also want to support chapters understanding the Volt strategy and the process, and what the next steps are that they can take to support the European level strategy. What we also do is we promote the European level strategic actions. So what we're doing right now, and that's what I meant by we're growing on a different level, is that we're building a chapter strategy facilitator network. So we have one person from each chapter that attends regular meetings where we have the champions of each strategic action come in and explain what their strategic action is about and how the chapter can support it, and what the chapter needs to do in order to support it. What we also do is we have that very same platform for the chapters to exchange their best practices, their challenges, and maybe in some way exchange knowledge and experiences to find solutions together or to learn from each other's solutions. Again, to move Volt forward and to use all our resources across all the European countries. What we also want to do is obviously make the strategic actions from the European level known to all Volters and the entire movement, and for everyone to know how to participate in moving the movement forward on the strategic level. And therefore we're creating podcasts for the whole movement. So this is a quite a short call out. If anyone has very good knowledge of creating and cutting videos, we are knowledgeable, but we don't have the tools to do it, and would really need support to create these podcasts. So get in touch with us. These are all of the chapters where we already have contact with the facilitators. So if there's a green dot, then we've met you before, you know about us, we interact already. If there's no green dot, please get in touch. We'd really, really like to know where you're at, if you need some support. And obviously all of the other chapters, if you don't need any support, will very much appreciate your input so they can learn from you. And then over to Christoph.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Today we want to focus on the strategic actions, and let me take you a little bit back on the journey, how we created the strategy in order to understand where we stand with the strategic actions today. So as mentioned before, we had 1 year ago in the May 2020 election, the approval of our vision, Volt leads by example, to foster a united and federal Europe, and the 7 strategic objectives. I do hope you all still remember those strategic objectives and in which sequence we use them, because they are actually the guiding principle for all the workshops we did, as Michelle explained them before. What we also did at that time is actually developing out of the movement a lot of action proposals. And at the end, we had over 300. And that was really an enormous amount of initiatives and ideas, what can be done within the movement. And after May last year, we went into the challenge with the European Board to identify out of these activities, those strategic actions which on the European level are mattering the most. And it took us until September 2020 until we had defined 20 strategic actions on the European level. Now, with those 20 actions defined, we still had to clarify who is now driving them forward, who is responsible, and how do they actually fit with immediate issues that we certainly have to deal with, as we are a fast-growing and fast-moving organization. So not everything was assigned and directed immediately. So we actually had to understand which of these items are more strategic and less strategic. For example, we had in there how to win the 2024 European election, as well as making the European Reporter the backbone of our communication. And with the 16th edition of the European Reporter just out, we can see that is pretty much already achieved and probably no longer a strategic action. So the board sat again together with us in the beginning of this year, and we went through another series of workshops. We first of all confirmed the understanding what these 7 strategic objectives really mean for all the board members, what it means to achieve them. Also understanding where does a movement stand right now? Where does the European level activities stand, the board, the functional teams? And then out of this total assessment of the current situation, reprioritize all the 20 strategic actions, and finally coming up with our top 5 strategic actions. So let me show you those. If you haven't seen them in the post from Renier when they were coming out in February, can you move to the next page, Michelle? Thank you. So the first strategic action we are seeing here is professionalized Volt. And a lot of the things that you also heard today, how we organize ourselves as a movement is part of that. And Anouk, our co-general secretary, is the champion of the strategic action, and Renier from the board supports it. The next strategic action is define a structured interaction model with national chapters. And our 2 co-leads for the Governance Commission, Jeffrey and Bernadette, are here the champions, and Joelle from the board is the sponsor. Diversify Volt's Europe's income portfolio, certainly a very important topic, is led by our finance lead, Christophe, and Mihaela from the board is the sponsor. Then we have a combination of 2 items, which is grow 10 times and increase female members. And here we do not have yet assigned the lead or the champion for this action. Mihaela is assuming the sponsor role, but I think it's quite obvious that there is a lot of things going on. First of all, that exponential growth is possible. Our Dutch friends have just shown us, but unfortunately, they also showed us that that doesn't necessarily go along with an equal increase of female members. So we do need an activity here, and I'm sure that we will have the assignment of that leadership role quite quickly. So then the final one is build electability in the top 10 countries. Janko, the co-lead of the expansion team and the leader of the electoral hub, is here the champion, and Valerie from the board is the sponsor. So when you look to these topics, you probably ask yourself, have I seen them? Do I know anything about it? And that's actually the same question we ask our strategy facilitators in those meetings that Michelle was talking about before. And what you see here is the feedback. And you can see that in terms of electability, there is decent knowledge, or really good knowledge. It seems to be about the activities increasing the amount of female members. So there is definitely a lot of activities already visible in the movement. Also professionalized Volt seems to be okay. But on the interaction model and the income portfolio, the knowledge was less dominant. And I'm quite confident that your personal assessment of these items may be the same. Even so, we heard probably today in the presentation from Mihaela a lot about the income portfolio already when you were listening to our presentation. These activities are going on, but how much are we from the movement in the chapters involved in these actions, and how can we contribute? These are key items to actually make this strategy a success. And that's why we have for today's GA added to the session about the Volt strategy, the workshops on strategic priorities. And you see here 5, and those are the 5 that we have been selected before by the board. There is one change, and that is the topic about the interaction model with the national chapters, which is in the responsibility of our 2 government commission leads. And as they have been, as you saw this morning, presenting a lot about the changes of the statute, that topic has not yet come to the level that we would like to discuss it in a workshop today. But instead, we moved in the topic that you see here right in the middle, live our values every day, which is an item, which is a strategic action also defined in the top 20 from the beginning. And it's addressing the way how we as action organization actually work together, how we become truly inclusive. And an important part is our unconscious bias. So we believe that that is really important to discuss. So that is why we added this as the fifth workshop. Also, don't worry, these will not action plan reviews like time plan and so on. We are actually here focusing on core items of those strategic actions. For example, on professionalized Volt, we will talk about velocity, which is the first leadership development program, and I think a very important part of our ability to become a stronger and professional organization. So we ask you to choose which of these 5 topics is the one you know the least, like we have seen this also in the assessment with the strategy facilitators from the chapters, or which you believe has for you the highest value, where you would like to contribute the most. Pick it, because contributing in the next workshops is really the best way to make Volt a stronger movement. Because we need to develop in all our parts, in chapters, citizen initiatives, and we need to do that in the same direction and thereby actually prove that we can be and lead by example to foster a united and federal Europe. So good luck and have fun in those workshops. And with that, back to Antonia.
Thank you very much, Christoph. You all heard already what we are planning to do within the next couple of minutes when you will enter these workshops. Before we do so, the legal team asked me to repeat again that at 3:30 Central European Time, all votes are closing. So make sure you participate and give your vote. And on this item, we don't have any voting. I also do not see any further questions for this item. Thanks very much to the two of you. And now, when we in order to participate in the workshops, I'll ask all of you to take out your Tasker page, where you'll see the links for extra Zoom calls or Google Meet. I'm entirely sure. And also on Workplace, you will find the relevant links, and you can pick the workshop that are of your interest. And we are all looking forward to see you there and for active participation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hello to everyone out there again. You're back here on stage, and we are going to continue with our last agenda item for this day in this General Assembly already before we come to the closing remarks. But before we move on, I'd like to announce that the votes are now, all of them are now closed, and we will do the counting and announce the results after the session. I hope you all enjoyed the workshops. I feared that there were over 100 people participating, so we were really happy that you took the chance to engage, and we heard some really good feedback about the presentations already as well. So thanks to the team who set up these workshops, and I'm sure that we will hear about this further along in our next General Assembly again, how the strategic objectives are going to develop. With that, we move to agenda item number 9, and we'll have a presentation on our manifesto. The board of Volt Europa was asked to write a manifesto where they share the vision of Volt Europa for Europe's future. And I'm really excited to hear about an update of their work. And you will also have the chance to share some, to ask some questions to the team afterwards. And with that, I pass the word, I think, to Alberta Sylvia, or maybe to Valerie as well, because I already see her camera on.
Thanks, Antonia. Yeah, indeed, I will just lay a little bit the scene together with Konrad before we hand over to a fantastic new co-leadership team. But maybe to go one step back, so when you signed up to become a member of Volt Europa, you also signed up for, amongst other, our statutes, but also for our manifesto, our shared vision for Europe, which you might or might not be aware of. Now, the writing of the current document of the manifesto dates back around 4 years, and by now we have a clearer picture of our identity, values, as well as goals and vision for the future of Europe. And therefore, last year, the Board of Volt Europa was tasked by the General Assembly to draft a new manifesto for Volt, a manifesto that really visually sets out a shared vision of Europe's future. And this vision in our manifesto, we want to be binding for all chapters, so it can guide us in our political work in all countries and at all levels across Europe. Now, to write the shared manifesto, we would like to pioneer political governance innovation. By applying one of our own policies to ourselves, a policy that you find in our policy portfolio called Citizen Assembly, and we want to transfer it into something called a Members' Assembly. As one method, an inclusive and deliberative method to draft our shared vision of Europe. Now, with that, I hand over to Konrad.
Thank you, Valerie. This looks like a very ambitious goal. So we actually decided to create a core manifesto team and issued a call for candidates for several of those positions back in February. And perhaps just to clarify, the role of this core team will be to facilitate the manifesto preparation process to ensure that we get broad input. The board has, as Valerie mentioned, sort of the overall responsibility to produce a manifesto, but it's the members who ultimately at the General Assembly in the fall will decide by voting on this manifesto. Now, for the team, we started with recruiting 2 co-leads, and we got lucky because we found 2 very talented and passionate Volters who are willing to embark on this adventure. And that is Alberto, he also likes to call himself Albe, Dani, and Silvia Panini. And I'm very confident with the commitment which we've already seen in this first week and their expertise and their enthusiasm. They're a really good match for leading this big Volt milestone project. And so with that, the stage is open. Go and meet Albe and Sylvia.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
Women first.
I'm sure that Albe wanted to say that I go first because I'm the youngest of the couple, but he never wants to remind this. Hello, everyone.
She likes to point out.
Hello, everyone. My name is Silvia. I am Italian of origin, but I am currently living, studying and working in Paris, where I joined the Parisian team. Now we're trying to run to the regional elections. So I really hope we will achieve this goal. And I am involved in the external communication of Volt.
And how? I'm the old one, finally here. I'm from northern Italy. I lived in some places around the world. I'm now living in Südtirol, that is at the border with Austria. My background is that of a management engineer. Therefore, I'm supposed to be the one more organized and more streamlined. Even if Silvia challenges me on being even more organized. So probably the old wine, in her mind. I mean, jokes aside, in Volt, I'm now involved in internal communications and in citizen empowerment. And obviously, I'm really, really passionate about what we're going to do because I believe it's going to answer to our pan-Europeanism. And also, I mean, to the fact that this pan-Europeanism is based on involving people. So let's do that.
And to do so, we embarked in this adventure of the manifesto. We have some slides in order to show what we want to do. Great, Albe. You see, we have the engineer in the couple.
In the duetto. Yeah. Here we go. So, as Valerie said, this manifesto is going to be an endeavor that wants to define a long-term vision that is relevant in the short. So we want to consider both ends of our project. We start from who we are. We start from the documents that we are, from the practices that define us, and we take them to the next stage, looking to the future. Correct? As Valerie said, this is going to be a commitment that we will take. So it's a document that we sign on when we are part of the party, and that obviously needs to be shared by everyone that will be involved for the future. As we said, we want to draw all the voices together. We really want to listen for what is important for the people. So we will implement a debating culture so that the team working on the proposal can really be in contact with what is important for the rest of the base. We want to be able to understand, so to have all of the possible ideas before we actually make a proposal.
Indeed. And then we had, as I think you also have, some questions we wanted to answer before starting with this huge project. The first one is what? But I think you already understood it from the words of Albe, which was really clear on this point. So we want to review what we already have, so some documents that we already have, the old manifesto too, and make it our public statement, so something that is binding for us, yes, indeed, but it's also the way in which we present ourselves to our future electors, maybe to the rest of the citizenry, and so far and so forth. And of course, it really defines what we are and what we stand for, our political commitments.
Yeah, and we hope that what transpires from this slide is that the what is not just the paperwork, it's the process, it's what we test, it's understanding how we can work together, how our shared values keep us together, all of our different perspectives and our different identities. Let's find a way to to build on them.
Exactly, and this is exactly the how, because as Albe said, what and how are very much linked together, both the outcome, but also the process in the whole of itself. And maybe we can go to the next
Yeah, before going to the next slide, I just want to remark that we say it's a public commitment, because it does not just define us together with the other voters. It also helps express who we are to the people, how different we can be from what they've experienced so far, and how we can actually answer to the questions and, you know, to the shout for a new approach that we are probably fit to answer to. Silvia.
Okay, great.
Here you go.
Exactly. So as we said, it's not just something for the tomorrow, but it's definitely something that we need now in the short term. So it is what we are today and how our party and our movement in some regions of Europe still is evolved and has evolved in the last years, because we have changed a lot in the sense of we have grown and some things have happened in the society around us. So we definitely need to revise some of the points that of course characterize us, but we want maybe to define them better or to cluster them into the reality that we have all around us. And to do so, we have two main points on which we want to stress during this manifesto process. The one is the pan-Europeism, so really reaching at every level of our party in the sense of going from the local voices to the European one, and the one of deliberative democracies in some stages that we have now here, and that Alben can explain.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that you want to do, Silvia. Let's try to understand how to do that. So we're going to try and streamline it in stages. These are not going to be closed stages. It's going to be rather an evolution. So we will start by looking at ourselves, analyzing ourselves, understanding what are the documents that we already have, really understanding the nook and crannies of all the different components of our identity, and obviously starting reaching out to the people, to the members, in order to understand what their sensitivities are. Also, are people in the national chapters and on the ground, are those that understand what the sensitivities or of the citizenry we want to represent in the parliament and in the institutions are. So after this stage, we will transition into actually starting drafting, debating, understanding if what we're doing is shared, because we want to build a shared document, a shared process. And then, as Silvia mentioned, we will pioneer, for Volt obviously, this methodology of deliberative democracy, which is absolutely a way to implement participated democracy, which means, representative democracy, where novel ways to involve an actual contribution of the people in the way in which they express their ideas is implemented. Then finally, obviously, as we go towards the end of the summer, we will start, proposing an actual draft that can be shared and approved by all the bodies as foreseen by the current, the current statutes and regulations.
Exactly, and in fact, we in the next slide, that is the when, maybe it's more logic to show it now and then come back to the how, because it's basically what Albe explained now, which is basically the process we thought about in a more temporal way, so to say. Yeah. And we also have some different ways, some different methods in which to reach this objective, this final objectives. So of course, the conditions are the ones that they are. So we'll have a lot of sessions online, both of discussion, so of debate, but also of information to keep on track on the different stages and how the manifesto is evolving. We want you to be part of this process in organizing listening tours. We want to foster the discussion in the local chapters. And this is why we will need you exactly as ears and mouths of Volt in your local territory. And of course, as we repeated already, in this deliberative way. So through assemblies created by us, the members of Volt, in order to draw together all the different perspectives.
Yeah, Silvia, by the way, unluckily, we were lucky enough to be locked down for 1 year. So we actually learned, how to do things online, didn't we? So that's not going to be too much of a problem, I believe. And then we have the listening tours, which, you know, ground all the activities to a local perspective and to a local paradigm. And so, sorry, Silvia, you were saying about deliberative democracy?
No, exactly. I think we stressed already enough the point of deliberative democracy. If you want to add anything, Albe, up to you.
Oh, well, I want to add that it's a pioneering initiative. So please join us in letting us understand, and I mean, with your enthusiasm in how to actually make it true in Volt. Because obviously we're going through a learning phase, and we hope to convey to the party internally novel possible approaches. So we probably won't get it right tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, yeah, all together. And then when?
And this is why we have a sort of timeline, as we mentioned before. So we have things that will start right now. Literally right now, we are building our core team. There will be 2 co-leads that are basically the ones that draw together all of the other voices, but just help to direct a team that will be the one working on it and trying to draw together in a democratic way all the different voices that will be heard. So definitely not just our responsibility to work on the manifesto.
I think I'd say that we will try and be some orchestra maestros, you know?
Exactly. And then we will also have a workplace workplace group to keep posted during the different stages of the process. And then in the next months, what will we have?
When things are set, when we have the tools that we can use to reach out to you guys, well, it's time, you know, to do some actual work. So we will start collecting inputs from local chapters and members. We will have different channels, but what's important for us is to be enablers. We would like to enable local discussions so that when we reach out to you, you have some pre-digested ideas. Because Volt is about debating, Volt is about participating, is it not? So we also want, you know, to stir things so that when we get there, we can, you know, reap the fruits of what we saw thanks to these initiative. Then, as Silvia said, the recurrent debates.
Exactly. So we will have different moments in which we will exchange on the stages, as we said, of the process, and they will be recurrent in time. So it will be repeated meetings.
Now it's getting warmer. It's July and August. As I said, after a few trial and errors, we now know how to actually conduct the member assemblies. It's important that you know that member assemblies are a powerful tool that works on a sortition of members that, according to some parameters, are selected randomly. So that once we know that we will actually represent today's and tomorrow's Volt, so people from different chapters, different genders, blah, 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 we will actually draw them together so that the ideas they represent can actually be drawn together in the document we will be working on.
Exactly. And we'll also need you, as we repeated many times, as local chapters to organize preparatory locally organized discussions. So really sort of concentrations of local teams to discuss on maybe in preparation of the assemblies or to discuss some of the points that have risen during the different discussions.
Yeah. Did we mention that we'll need your involvement and, you know, instruments for our orchestra?
We're getting repetitive.
Yeah.
Final step?
Yeah, it's September. I mean, we will have a proposal, and as we said, since we started from studying and analyzing what we are at the moment and what are the documents that define us, according to what is written in those documents, the proposal will flow through the different levels of approval, and then it is actually, it is finally put to the vote in the General Assembly, so the members.
And finally, trying to come to the end of this presentation, then we have a who. Exactly. That is, as we already said, our us, me and Albe in terms of co-leads, but really as a sort of orchestra, we will have the whole of the other instruments playing with us. So we'll have a core team external, internal communication, editorial, someone writing what the discussions will bring about, the logistics of the whole of this project, and then the organization of the assembly is a huge work.
Yeah, and what I hope this slide is able to convey is that it's a movement. Now, I'm not able to turn the screen, and you wouldn't see it anyway, but the idea is that we are stirring ideas. So there is movement around the core team, and the core team is there in the middle, not just because you can see our faces better, but because being there, we can actually intercept all of the ideas and draw them together. The yellow layer, that is the core team, is there to help this process, which means here, what the base is, what the movement says, and convey it in appropriate forms. Therefore, internal communication, but also external communication. We want to be transparent towards the people that are outside Volt, people that could vote for us in the upcoming elections, also knowing that this is the Volt way. And if we do that internally, and we are so confident on doing that, then we even tell it to the exterior before we've done it, wouldn't they think that we will do that in the parliament as well? So that is the idea. Then, as we say, between the bases, the local listening tours, which are really the engine of all of the discussion, we're going to have a debating culture that will go through debate, through the workplace group that is there already, by the way, and members assembly, which will, by sortition, will take a few people from the exterior of the core team and the interior of the party, throw them together so that all the faces and voices are actually there. What do you think, Silvia?
Definitely. So we can conclude so that we have some time for some questions. Before
that, let me just say that the reason why you see the European board here is not casual. It's not by chance. The board, especially Valerie and Conrad, are really being involved in these, and I'm happy to say that they're really guiding us. It's really important to see an overall direction. So let me thank them even before we actually start what we wrote. We started just with the preparation. Thank you. And please remember that together with these, you can also have the board make better decisions for you.
Thank you very much to Silvia and Alberto. Thank you for this presentation. We do indeed have a couple of questions. They're pouring in. And so let's just jump right in. The good news is that we can extend the session a little bit longer until 4:15 Central European Time, because we have no further agenda items, and we'll have some more time to answer the questions. The first question that we received came from Cedric from France, asking why we need a manifesto as there are already policies, values, strategic plans, etc. And I can give you the very simple legal answer to that, because the General Assembly has asked the Board of Europa to do so, and that was a decision by the GA, so they have to look into this. And it is a review of the manifesto that's already existing and where you all signed up for. If I will read out the next question to you, and if you want to add something to this, then maybe you can answer the two questions together. The other one that we received comes from Fons from the Netherlands, and he is asking, how does the manifesto relate to Volt's action towards a conference on the future of Europe?
Well, thanks for all the questions. And one quick remark, just Alba, you're not muted, so it's probably going to go back and forth in the, just wanted to say that. So maybe with regards to the first one, yes, we have a lot of documents and we are not intending to replacing them. We have, of course, also end of last year, approved very important communicative documents on our narrative, on our identity, on our values, etc. And we will base this work on what is already out there, including our policy proposals. Now, what we really need is as Antonia already pointed out, a legally binding document that we all basically sign off as members, that this is what we all strive towards to as member associations as well as individual members. Now, our policy portfolio is by now, I think, over 300 pages long, and that is very long. So we need something shorter, something more condensed, and something that is providing maybe better of a visionary guidance of what is the vision that we're all working towards to as individuals and as teams. Will it be related to the Kofi campaign? So far, we haven't yet, but if there are links that will make sense, we should definitely explore them.
Thank you very much. I will read out to you the next question, which comes from Lucia from the Netherlands. She is asking, can you say a bit more about the member assemblies that bring party and society perspective? How will they be brought together? Example, how many members inside and outside of Volt?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So basically, we have now 6 months to come up with a product in which we really want to pioneer something new. And I think with the listening tours that we are already quite, that we have tried out many times, where we know how we do them, or most of our teams have done some of them before. So we have quite some skill in our movement, in our teams, to listen to the outside world. And this is what we basically want to build on here to do this again, surrounding of some questions that will have to be tackled with regards to the manifesto, and especially also including maybe teams and people that are new to this party. So really having the tools to go outside, engaging in dialogue, and listening what other people think out there. And this will be also a particularly important tool when it comes to taking, getting a balanced approach in European perspective. And because, of course, by now we have a very big Dutch team, we have a big German team, so we really will have to focus to also get citizens and members' perspectives in this early stage in other regions and parts of Europe. Now, then that input we will also, having listened to outside, like what is it that you need from Europe, or that you envision, that will be basically condensed in a way and brought to the members' assembly. We are now in the process to understanding how many members' assemblies we will actually be able to conduct, and with how many people. And as Alba and Sylvia explained, we will use a sortition process where we're also now defining what the exact criteria are that will be at the basis of the sortition. And then we will randomly allocate different members to the assemblies that will then stretch out over the summer. So here we're really trying out something new that Volt hasn't done before, this deliberative method, where that is really designed to bring in different people with different backgrounds, from different age groups, from different parts of Europe, to discuss the same issues and come to a shared conclusion of what would be a good way forward.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Next question is, again, how will the manifesto be? Oh, no, I think I've read that already, so let's move to the next one. There's a question again on the Amsterdam Declaration. Maybe you can clarify that again. Jose from Spain is asking how the manifesto complements the Amsterdam Declaration. So there seems to be still some confusion about the different objectives of the documents.
Yeah, indeed. So I'll try and maybe put it up in a hierarchy if there's something. Of course, they're interconnected as well, but the Amsterdam Declaration was our electoral program for the 2019 European elections. Now, the Amsterdam Declaration at the time we derived from our policy portfolio, and we looked at, okay, we have amazing policies in our policy portfolio, but they're really long. And also some of the things that we propose in the policy portfolio are really far ahead. It doesn't make any sense to ask for them right now in the Amsterdam Declaration as a an electoral program in 2019. So basically, the electoral programs all in the end derive from the policy portfolio, Europe-wide, level-wide, I would say. Now the manifesto is really, I would say, even one level higher and will have legal, to an extent, a legal binding status, because we will want to adopt it also in all national chapters as the basically core programmatic, 3-pager or 15-pager of our vision for Europe.
Thank you. I think that helped. Next question from the Netherlands again. Beppie, she's asking, when are you going to put together the core team?
I think that's also, I mean, Sylvia and Albert, please just jump in here. Maybe just very quickly here, we are now very much in the process, and but maybe one of you also want to say more about that step.
I'd say it's quite of a long and complicated answer now. Literally now. No, we are already looking through the different candidatures that arrived, the applications that we had, because the process had been launched already some months ago by a video from Valerie and Rania on the different platforms. So we are already going through the different applications, and the core team will be settled in the shortest term.
Yeah, it's important to add that we will have a shared spreadsheet through which everyone can, put forward an application to cooperate. Now we're trying to understand who is the right person to lead those. Voila, those, well, not working. Voila, these bubbles that my computer doesn't want to show. So these departments, but we also need to have as many volunteers as possible to do different things. Like one asset we would like to utilize is translation. We would like to be able to communicate things not just in English as we are doing, but in European, which means in our languages. I mean, I don't know how many English speakers, native English speakers are here. But, so long story short, the team is being assembled now, but every potential application is welcome so that possibly we can have more input. It's also important to say that we are working on an advisory circle so that if we have people that are experts in deliberative democracy, we can also rely on their advice to do things the proper way, considering the reality we live in, obviously.
Thank you. The next one, again from the Netherlands. We have very active members in the Netherlands, which is good to hear. It's Sander asking if you already know about the tools that you want to use when reaching out to the Volt members.
Well,
I think that or I will actually leave that to Albert because he has invested already a lot of thought into that, and I can complement.
Yeah, so let me help myself with this slide. First of all, we will need to have some differentiated channels. So in a way, on the one hand, we will need to be able to give visibility of what's going on. On the other, we will have some occasions where we organize some debates. You may be aware of the fact that Conrad is spearheading a debating culture, a series of debating cultures events in which we assess ways, to debate in a proactive and positive way about matters. So that on the one hand, we will give external to the rest of the party communication. On the other, we will select or shortlist a few points that need further discussing online. So we will have online events. Then we will foster or encourage local discussions, and then COVID permitting, we may even, jump in some areas to gather the result of their local discussions. So we really want to do it 3 ways, or 2 ways plus the deliberative assembly, which relays all of this input that comes from the 2 tools and makes a deliberation about them.
Thank you. Next open question. They're really pouring in here. Again, from the Netherlands and also from Estonia. Ruta is asking, or he's for stating that there are some national chapters who do not have enough members to hold assemblies among city teams. So would it be an idea for them to organize national or cross-border summits? For example, the Baltic Summit for all 3 Baltic states, which counts under 30s members altogether right now.
Wow, that is a very big offer to us. Thank you, Wouter, and thank you for all the interest. I think maybe we need to clarify some points. Thanks for pulling up this slide again, Abe. So we will in an initial step go into listening tours, and for that we are definitely very much relying on the local chapters to work closely together with our core team to make that happen, to get the right service in place, to get the results organized, etc. With the members' assemblies, we are really not going to rely on any local chapter or local chapters. So this will be organized by the core group, and we will decide how many members' assemblies we will actually be able, also within our capacity, to be able to hold. So there's a wide range of how many assemblies can be held and were held in the past regarding different projects. It will also depend on the level of question that we will pose to the members' assembly. But Wouter is definitely right that we will try to cover the different regions of Europe when we look into the local listening tours, and then the assemblies. We will bring together members from different backgrounds, different age groups, different parts of Europe to make them debate, but we will not rely on the local teams.
Yeah, if I can add up on that, when you read local, it's a generic word to say not European, okay? So it can actually be gauged at the appropriate level, depending obviously on the concrete reality that we are talking to. And also, for what concerns the deliberative democracy tool, the statistician relies on an algorithm that is written or is considered in order to be representative of all the voices we want to hear. So doesn't mean that if you have so many Dutch members, we will have so many Dutch voices. We want to make it, representative so that all the members can be accounted for and all the backgrounds.
Thank you very much. The next one, again from the Netherlands, comes from Chris. And this is a challenging question to you, but I will read it out to you. So he says, I understand that the manifesto straddles both vision, which is based on the imagination, and is inclusionary in nature, and a legally binding document, which is exclusionary in nature. How do you bring both extremes together?
Excellent question. Thanks, Chris. This is exactly why we want to pioneer a new project as well, because we're very much aware that we need to balance inclusion, representation, quality, strategic positioning. So this is why we are bringing in the inclusion part will go from at the very beginning to cover a very high level of questions and expose ourselves, let's say, to external opinion and input. And then we are narrowing it down to the members' assemblies, where we are proposing a deliberative approach. So that will already narrow it further down. Also based on already the existing programs and content that we already have. And we will really make sure that the assemblies will be provided with a, let's say, narrow focus of what they will discuss that is set by the European board, to bring in the strategic and the strategic element to that. And then we will, of course, have an editor and a drafting team in the core team that will make sure that also then the outcome will then really be of high quality and in terms of communication as well, and aligned with all the programs that we currently have. So we hope that this way we will be able to manage all these parts. And of course, I'm sure that will also be a balancing act. So we might be making some mistakes on the way, but yeah, we need a jump if we want to try out something new.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Valerie. Next one, again, a question from the Netherlands. I can't really alternate the countries, and I also can't alternate the gender. Mostly male people from the Netherlands. However, we are happy to answer your question. It comes from Giorgio, and he's asking, once you have a method and process for setting up member assemblies for the manifesto, would you consider involving the assemblies also on the next policy round as a policy discussion or policy approval?
I really like the question, makes it, I mean, people really think with us. So there also seems to be some people who really have a good understanding already of yeah, let's say innovative democratic processes. So please reach out to our team. But yes, indeed. So we have tried out so many different tools already to include members. Yeah, as I said, I think in some tools we have really proven that we are good at, and some we need to improve. And the deliberation method is a new one. So from my point of view, it will definitely be something. If it is successful, we should consider it also for other parts involved in the manifesto.
Right, thank you. And I do have one open question here, and we have a couple of minutes left. So if there's some more question out there, don't hesitate to submit them. Last question that we have comes again from the Netherlands and from a male member. Ronald is asking, there's a UK manifesto on the UK Volt website. Is that an example for this team?
Yeah, so I'm not aware of the Volt UK Manifesto, but if it is what I expect, then it's probably simply the Volt Europa Manifesto that you have also signed up with as a Volt Europa member. Basically, this is then the manifesto, which is already valid for all chapters currently. So basically, the Dutch chapter has the same manifesto translated into Dutch, etc. So we will do exactly the same, and we will, of course, use this old manifesto, looking into it. What is still, let's say, good? What is high quality? What can we use to base the continued discussion on as well? What can we maybe even use in the listening course as a question to add to citizens? Like, do you actually identify with this? Do you agree with this? To just expose us to ourselves to more opinions. So definitely this will be a starting block for writing this new manifesto.
Okay. We're just waiting if there comes in another question, but it doesn't look like it at this point in time. 2 minutes left before we move on to the next agenda. If you have some final words from your side, please jump on the stage. Thank you very much for presenting this and for answering all the questions. Thanks to all the members grilling our board and the team on this endeavor. And I think we are all very much excited to hear more about this.
Yeah, really thanks so much for all the interest and the questions. I'm super grateful and happy that Silvia and Alberto are taking on this challenge, and will be guiding our core team on this. So yeah, they're awesome people. If you have expertise or questions, reach out to them. They have now established the workplace channel, etc. But also I would like to give them maybe the opportunity to say some last words.
Silvia, then I go.
I just would like to say that I'm really super excited about this project, not just as I had the opportunity to lead it together with Albe, but also as volunteer and as a true believer in the principle of pan-Europeanism, and not only Europeanism, but the idea of having a comprehensive structure that comes from every level, from the local level, from where I come from, to the national and the European level. It's really a thing that is thrilling it's a huge try. We really give it a try, and we'll see how it will go. It's really a process in the making, but we'll make the most out of it. We'll learn a lot as party and as volunteers.
Yeah, and if there are no other questions, I would like to show you an example of how we intend to involve people, which means actually...
May I interrupt here, because we did run out of time right now, and I don't want to keep Rainier waiting. And yeah, thank you very much.
Ciao.
But of course, I mean, people, if there's some more question, I'm sure people can reach out to you on Workplace as well, and engage with you and be part of the team if they are interested. Thank you very much for taking the time and explaining that project to us. And with that, we can actually move on to our very last section in the agenda. Before I hand over the word to Rainier, the co-president of Volt Europa, for some closing remarks already, I'm sure that everyone is curious to hear about the results of the votes that have been open today. And the backstage team counted all of them, and I'm happy to announce them. So first of all, the good news is that for almost all the votes, over 400 people have participated, which is, I think it's a great number. Thank you very much for engaging and sharing your opinion. And I will explain all the different results now to you in detail as we go and go through all the different votes. So the first one, the vote number 3 on the rather technical, or 3A and B, the rather technical amendments to the statute and internal regulations, we couldn't conduct that vote. As a reminder for everyone, again, the reason behind this is that we didn't meet the quorum of 1/3 of all members that we need to have when we vote upon amendments for the statute. The vote on this, on the changes, will be reopened in the next GA, which is going to be conducted in June. So make sure you attend this General Assembly again and give us approval or give us a vote on the amendments. But now let's have a look at the votes which we actually could conduct, because we didn't have to meet a quorum. And for all the votes that I'm going to explain, or we're going to share the results, we did only need the single majority to approve the different amendments or proposals. So the very first one is on the amendment on the internal regulation on the voting system, and it has been approved with a total number of 430 people voting, and the approval is by 325 people, 30 disapproved, 75 abstained to the amendment, and it was approved in the end by 91%. And I have to say, and this holds true for all the following results that I'm going to share with you, that this is only a preliminary, these are only preliminary results, because our legal team is going to check them and see if the counting has been done correctly. So the next one has also been approved, the vote on increased diversity in the board of directors, with the number of 459 people voting and approved by a great majority, 420 approved, 23 disapproved, and 16 abstained. The percentage of approval is 94%. Or 95%, because if you look at the concrete results. The next one, the board of directors time commitment has also been approved with a total number of 453 people voting. It was approved by 365 votes, 39 disapproved it, and 49 people abstained. This is approval by 90%. The preliminary results for the board of directors gender balance has also been approved with a total number of 46 people voting, 306 people approved this one, 128 disapproved it, and 29 abstained. So the amendment has passed with a majority of 70%, 71%. For vote number 4, the board requests to complete the mandate with 8 people, 8 board directors has also been approved with a number of 397 voters. 363 people approved this proposal, 16 disapproved it, and 18 abstained. So there's approval by 96%. And on vote number 5, last but not least, implementing the Electoral Committee has also been approved with a total number of 257 people voting. It was approved by 236 people, and 8 people disapproved it, and 13 people abstained. So overall, we have an approval by 97%. So congratulations to all the people who handed in these amendments and made these approvals. Overall, we can see a huge majority behind all the proposals, and none of it has been disapproved. I think this is a great success for this GA. Thank you very much for everyone who participated in the votes. And for those of you who still want to have a look at the numbers in writing, you can open your Tasker page and they're shared there as well. And then, of course, we will share with you the final results in the minutes when we will publish the minutes of this General Assembly. And with that, I'm happy to close this agenda item and hand over the word to Rainier, the co-president of Volt Europa, for some final and warm words to all of you.
Thank you, Antonia. Dear Volters, this weekend we've made decisions that define the future of our movement. Thank you all for participating. This policy summit and this GA are examples of the new phase we've reached with our movement. Since the last European GA in October-November 2020, there have been immense developments. We've grown exponentially in the first 4 months of this year, won local elections in Germany, ran a good campaign in Bulgaria, and gained 3 seats in the Dutch parliament. By now, more than 1.5 million people have casted their vote for Volt, and roughly 4 years of existence, because we also celebrated our 4th birthday roughly a month ago. And we have 60 elected representatives on all levels of government. Besides the opportunity to try and implement our policies, this also has many positive side effects. Our member base has doubled in size. The media attention increased substantially. Our social media accounts grew, and we have inspired more people with the story of Volt. We recently, and this is a fun example, sent out a survey to ask for extra help from volunteers on the European level, and we received 800 replies within a week. And another fun example is that we are able to hire full-time staff in the Netherlands with the subsidies from the government, now that we are elected, and we've received more than 500 applications for that. So this new phase sounds like a good news show, and it is. But with each new phase that Volt goes into, we experience growing pains. As we are gaining size and relevance, our organization also increases in complexity, especially on the European level. There currently is an imbalance in chapter size, and that requires us to work constantly on making sure that we remain truly pan-European. So this brings me to a question and some advice. So I've seen all the meme accounts, and that's why I'm going to say it out loud. Here I am, once again, asking for your financial support. We need a reliable, scalable, legal, IT, and administrative infrastructure to ensure that our volunteers can connect, can collaborate together. We also need full-time employees to build and maintain and further develop this infrastructure. The 800 people that offer to volunteer need to be coordinated by a group of full-timers. And lastly, we need to carry our message, the message of our movement, out into every European region. We want to invest into campaigns in smaller chapters to convince more people to join the change for a future made in Europe. And to achieve that, we have launched our crowdfunder with the aim to further professionalize Volt Europa. The crowdfunder started last week and ends on Europe Day, the 9th of May. And the good thing is that a number of large donors are willing to match each donation for this crowdfunder. This doubles every donation and makes your donation, big or small, extra valuable. So far, we have raised 28,000 euros, and our goal is to raise 100,000 euros. So my question to you is, can you help us? Go to volteuropa.org/donate or click on the link that goes to the crowdfunder on your Tasker page. Or just share a message about this on social media, because often sharing a message leads to more funding than actually only making a donation. So if you can, help us by donating and sharing our crowdfunder. Besides this question, I have some advice. Growth is accompanied by growing pains, as I just said. And this comes with new structures and new tensions. Each new phase of Volt is different, but there are similarities in how to deal with the challenges that accompany our development. And that is why I advise you to try and understand before trying to be understood. We have 5,000 active volunteers and roughly 50 people working on volunteering full-time for Volt, spread out over the different levels. This means that often things go slower than you want, slower than I want. All active Volters have at some point ran into a wall of unresponsiveness, or they've seen a project go into a direction that doesn't fully match their vision for that project. And this is part of working in a volunteer movement, especially one where you operate within a cross-cultural context, because there it is important to make sure that you don't jump to conclusions. So it helps to assume good faith and try to understand the people you are working with before you try to make them understand you. That can prevent many conflicts. Yet still, I promise you, things will continue to go wrong. Conflicts will arise. For the ones who were present at the GA in Amsterdam in 2018, you might remember my advice at the time, but I think it's worth repeating. When things go wrong, be mild in your judgment towards yourself and mild in your judgment towards others. That will not only improve our collaboration, it will also be more fun. If we do this, then we will be able to keep on pioneering for a new way of doing politics. A phrase you might hear often. But what exactly is that new way of politics? For me, it's 5 things. The first is obvious, European politics. We think European and act locally. And with that, we turn the logic of politics upside down. Instead of nationalizing international politics, we internationalize national and local politics. We make politics itself as cross-border as the problems we aim to solve. The second is our vision. For too long, politics has been about managing day-to-day problems without a clear goal of where our society is supposed to head. But we have such a vision. And it can be explained quite brief. We strive for a united federal Europe where everyone has equal chances to fulfill their unique potential, where we strive to achieve the highest standards of human, social, technological, and sustainable development together. With our future-oriented and long-term solutions for major challenges, we provide a substantial and fact-based roadmap for how we want to get there. Thirdly, we aim to empower citizens and practice participatory politics, not only in society, but also within Volt. That's why we put our community organizing method at the core of how we organize ourselves. A cool example of this were the demonstrations against Moria in Brussels, Amsterdam, and Vienna, or the protests against corruption in Bulgaria. The fourth thing that constitutes our way of doing politics is social innovation. We don't want to focus on elections alone. We want our elected officials to tackle the underlying systemic problems that are the causes of the challenges we face, like bad migration policies or inactivity with regards to fighting climate change. But at the same time, we want to use our social innovation methodology to tackle the symptoms of those problems directly. And a cool example of this is right after this speech, we will have an action on promoting systemic inclusion. And I hope you will all stay here to participate. Other examples are our homelessness campaign and our Europe Cares campaign, where we collected relief supplies for refugee camps. If you have any idea for a social innovation project, be proactive and start. The fifth and final thing that constitutes our new way of doing politics is our tone of voice. We want to be decent, respectful, and depolarize. By being solution-oriented, positive, nuanced, and constructive. By not talking down on others, but by consistently telling our own story and focus on our own vision. These 5 elements are what makes our new way of doing politics. And we will put this in practice in many different elections this year. Upcoming local elections in Milan, in Rome, in Torino, Bologna, Ile-de-France, Strasbourg, Brittany, London, other places in the UK, and the end of this year in Denmark, and perhaps even in Estonia. We've created a European election hub to support our elections. This is a place where you can find all best practices and resources that are organized by the European team to help teams on the ground in their campaign efforts. You can also track ongoing, planned, and past campaigns to learn from other best practices and how to understand how to best support the efforts of others. There are 2 elections I haven't mentioned yet when I did my long list of the elections that we will participate in. Probably some of you have noticed already. Firstly, the German Bundestag elections, happening on September 26. If COVID allows for it, I'm calling on everyone to travel to Germany and campaign with us, together, on the streets. The 5% hurdle is high, but it's not impossible to reach. So let's do everything in our power to get there. And I can tell you, in the summer, that we had a short period where COVID did allow us to travel. I went to the campaign in North Rhine-Westphalia. It was a lot of fun, and it was a very successful election. So I encourage you all to travel to Germany and campaign. Lastly, there are local elections in Portugal in October. Again, if COVID allows for it, which I hope and think, we will all be able to travel to Lisbon for a real physical General Assembly mid-October. During just this GA, there will be a huge public action. And hopefully that will encourage thousands of people to vote for Volt in the Lisbon elections. My sincere hope is that after the last physical GA, which was 2 years ago in Sofia, we will finally be able to see each other again and party in Portugal at the next GA. So put it somewhere in your notes, mid-October, we will have a GA in Portugal. Thank you all for spending your Sunday on being here. I would like to give a special thanks to the people backstage, our general secretaries, Anouk and Johannes, our European events co-leads, Christopher and Chiara, our legal lead, Malin, our tech help from the European tech team, Jose, and our events team intern, Min. And of course, the people who have been cheering for us the entire day. Thank you very much for doing an amazing job, Thor, Stefan, and Antonia. Last but not least, I wish you all a lot of fun at the public action on systemic inclusion that we will now do digitally. It is organized by the European Community Team and the European Diversity Team. And on behalf of them, I now pass the mic to Kim Smouter.
And here, can I jump in quickly?
Yes, of course.
As the board of Volt Europa, can I ask you to do the very last legal requirement and officially close this GA?
Thank you, Antonia. Yes, with this, I officially close the GA.
Thank you. And now over to Kim.
Thank you so much, Antonia. Thank you so much, Rainier, for these inspiring words, these very inspiring closing words, which really captured the mood and the feeling that we've had throughout the Policy Summit and indeed the General Assembly. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has changed many, many things. And one of the things which, of course, COVID-19 has also changed is our ability to conduct a public action, an ability for us to go out into the world and to really share the Volt message with those around the city that are hosting us. So unfortunately, that isn't possible today. And what that means is that we are going to be having to organize this public action in a very digital way indeed. So I hope that all of you are ready to participate, still have a bit of Volt energy left in you, because we're going to need it throughout the session. We're calling this public action #WeAreEurope. And the reason why we are calling it We Are Europe is very important indeed. We believe that as Volt, the party which is inspiring and embodying a different way of doing politics, a different way of connecting across Europe, one of the things that that party also has to do is create a new way of including people. And that is why we believe that through the We Are Europe campaign, we can really embody a new spirit of Volt as the party for systemic inclusion. And what we're going to try to do through this public action is, first of all, to brief you in terms of what we've got planned, and also to inspire you and to challenge you and to hopefully drive you towards action so that we can make an electronic forum together. So we're going to do 7 things today. This is the welcome to the session, and I'll be very brief, and I will give the floor very soon to Chuka, who is going to allow us as the European Community team to share our inspiration with you, our fellow voters. And he's got something really amazing planned, and I hope that this really sets the tone for the rest of the session. Afterwards, and as we promised, this is a very interactive session. So we want this to also be about you, and it's also going to be your turn to challenge yourself and to ask really the tough question: are you truly inclusive? And that will be a session held by Lucia and by Chiara, who have been really kind of the right arm and the left arm to this initiative. Afterwards, we want to talk a little bit about business. We want to talk a little bit about the master plan that European Community has got in mind to turn Volt into this party of systemic inclusion, and it will build upon the really hard work that has been done by the diversity expansion team, and indeed by the community groups and the community leaders, which are leading all of our diversity groups throughout Volt. Then what I want to do is to set that first spark. I want to talk to you a little bit about a pledge that we drafted, but which is just the beginning of this journey. We wanted to essentially set the tone for what will be your pledges, because we want this to be a collaborative exercise, a co-creation exercise, and we want you to help us build an amazing electric storm that will raise across Europe, and then hopefully change Europe into something which is much more systemically inclusive rather than systemically discriminating. So let's move on to the next topic and really, perhaps, first of all, come to the same starting point. And that same starting point is really to talk a little bit about what systemic discrimination actually is. Systemic discrimination is really about procedures, routines, and organizational culture, and that can be for any organization around the world, in any organization in Europe. And what happens is that without intent, they contribute to less favorable outcomes for minority groups that are different than the majority population. It can stem from an organization's policies. It can stem from an organization's programs, the way it employs people, its services, its culture. All of these things contribute in one way, shape, or form to create an outcome which is less favorable outcome for particularly target groups. So if you think about it, in all of the policies that we've been discussing in the Policy Summit, if we think about all of the life experiences that have brought us all together here in Volt, if you talk about energy policy, if you talk about combating crime, if you talk about employment or banking, even things about who can enter a nightclub or not, all of these things are things which we've built. And these are all the things which lead to a less favorable outcome. So to tackle systemic discrimination, we need a very coordinated set of action. And to kind of give us a sense of an inspiring way of approaching this, I give the floor to Shuka, who's written a poem to inspire you. Shuka, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. Thank you everyone for having me. I'm going to read a poem that I wrote. I wrote it specifically for Volt. It's a poem that conveys my feelings on not just Volt, but also politics in general, European politics mostly, and as well as the issues all around us. My poem is called Politically Charged Voltage. And here it goes. I am often confused, but please pardon my confusion. The world often leaves me with very few answers and so many questions. What are we exactly? Are we monsters? Are we angels? Are we human? Or are we everything? Curious is it not? When Mary Shelley was writing Frankenstein, the world believed that man could be reanimated with the use of electrical impulses. Today, we use the same force to take lives. A voltage of electricity. Volt. What is volt? I am often confused. Social justice for all sounds simple enough. To be socially just, equality must be made possible for one and all. But our utopian ideal is far from reality. Rallies and marches ever prevalent in a sick, divided, and diseased society. Racism, sexism, classism, ageism, all the negative isms, mostly fueled by the mother-ism on sustainable capitalism. Those who have wealth buy a life of privilege. Those who do not have very few choices, hustle culture, a life of modern slavery, indentured servitude, abuse, and the grave. Politicians, ever corrupt and oppressive. Populists, dancing in a viscous circle of hate, avarice, and fake news. We're not allowed to speak of all we see because speech is often not free. Those of free thought rot in prison because the sword now oppresses the pen. Career politicians making promises they can't keep and disappointing the people again and again. The problems we have, we know not how to fix because we're too distracted to think and too divided to work together. For so many, the world is hell on earth. The old blame the young and the young blame the old. The young think that they're too young to change things, and the old are happy if things stay just the same. The young often say that when they get their chance, they'll do things differently. But guess what? All these centuries later, things have only gotten worse. You try not to pick fights, nor draw swords, because you believe you can fight the good fight with nothing but your words. But how do you stay a pacifist in a world that seeks to suffocate you? How do you believe the promises of those with hollow words and hearts untrue? How do you find the strength to stand when you often stand alone? How do you reach the neglected and how do you find the lost? So what are we? What are we exactly? Maybe we can be a light in the darkness, a voltage of electrifying positivity, a diverse and inclusive collective, a socially just community, spreading the purple hype through words and deed. We can be different, have an ethical compass, challenge the status quo, and be a promise of hope, a beacon of light that illuminates the world, a catalyst for change, positive change, real change. We can give voice to the unheard, bring attention to the neglected, fortify the defenseless, kneel for justice, and educate the ignorant. We don't have to divide to rule, and we can lead from the forefront wherever the fight is just and true. We can be Volt, a body fully charged, armed with a conscience and a purpose in dethroning the establishment and creating a voice that can be heard all around the world. We can be Volt, a charge of electrifying hope and change, coursing through a world that desperately needs it. Or we can be that voltage with powers electric chairs that snuffs out life in an already dark and crooked world. Only a body at peace with itself can give birth to social harmony. A collection of votes can reanimate life and also extinguish it. So I ask again, which do we intend to be? What are we? What are we really? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuka. So now it is our turn. And our question is, are you truly inclusive? So Chuka speaks of his confusion and of Volt's desire for equality, but also the very divided societies that we are part of. So Chuka is a Volter, but Volt doesn't get his vote yet. I noticed a tweet where he wrote exactly that. So I asked if I could listen to him. And here he is, for all of us to hear and to open our mind and our heart. So Chuka's confusion is Volt's confusion to overcome, I think, because we claim to be an inclusive movement, but what does that actually mean, inclusion, for each of us in all our colorful identities? So today we propose a few minutes of soul searching and connecting, although we are each sitting and watching behind our screens from different parts in Europe. So for the next 3 minutes or so, I will guide you through an exercise. So are you ready for something different? So Chiara can turn off the slides and make sure that you all sit up straight. Take a deep breath and plant your feet firmly on the ground. You can close your eyes if that feels comfortable. Feel the earth that your feet are planted on. Imagine growing roots into the soil. Imagine grounding in Europe. Now move your attention upward to the crown of your head, the space above you, the wide open space above Europe. Reach for the stars. Bring your attention to your heart. What impact did Chuka's spoken word leave there? Or perhaps you attended the unconscious bias workshop. What impact do you feel in your heart when you think about inclusion? So let your heart reach out to other Volters. The diversity of Volters that you already know. Or all those other Volters from 29 diverse countries and cultures. Feel the movement that you are part of. As Kim said, we are Europe. So take a deep breath and open your eyes. So what is the feeling that lingers? What is the one word that you associate with inclusion at the moment? Write it down. And Chiara will bring up the slide for the Mentimeter, and she will tell you how to access it.
So hi everyone. So all you need to do is type menti.com Or alternatively, you can use the QR code with your phone. So you just scan that and it will take you automatically to menti.com. And all you need is that user code, the use code 73124155. That will give you access, and you can just type any words that you associate with inclusion, as Lucia said, even in your own language. So it doesn't need to be in English. And I am going to copy and paste this code into YouTube if it's easier for you. So just 1 second. For instance, I can write solidarity, submit. So I lost access, I think. So Lucia, I don't know if you want to take over.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chiara. So I will share my screen perhaps to show the menti.com as it comes out. Is that okay? Right. I hope you can see it.
Yes, that's perfect. Sorry, my connection is a bit slow.
Okay, yeah, don't worry. Mine is also messing up today, just at this moment. So what to do? So interesting. Listening there at the center, empathy, together, self-determination. In German words, Geborgenheit, connectedness, empathy also quite big there. Somebody cheating, fair, open, equality, since that was just one word, perfect. Self-determination, Nächstenliebe, unity, sharing, Africa, belonging, harmony coming out quite strongly, warmth, exclusion is there, yeah. Another belonging, tolerance, colorful. Listen and listening are also coming out. Understanding, awareness. Often when we talk about inclusion, we talk about the fact that we have blind spots. So awareness is very critical. Sign language. Welcoming. People still finding the Mentimeter. Challenge is coming into the middle. Are you noticing that? You know, it is a challenge, I think. You know, if we think about our numbers in terms of gender equality have recently really shifted, because in the Netherlands we had so many men joining. So it's like creating a disbalance. We have challenging work to do to really be an inclusive movement. If only men and women, leave alone all the other diversities. Empathy still strong in the middle, listening together, harmony. socially just collective. Feeling of uncertainty. It goes a bit with the challenge, right? So can we really do this? Somebody's saying it's a buzzword, inclusion. True too. So what does it mean when we use it? That it doesn't become a buzzword. All right. We thought that this word cloud, we will make it available also on the workspace later on for you. We thought that this word cloud could help you yourself to think about inclusion and what you can do to make sure you reach out to diverse Volters. The other thing we thought you could do is perhaps look at it with your team, with your Volt team. See if there are words that speak to you, why they speak to you, and how that could help you to move forward and take some action to be more inclusive. So thank you for participating. And then I'm going to stop sharing and close my my mic and my video and give over to Sven, who will talk about the strategy that we have as a team to work on inclusive Volt and We Are Europe theme. So Sven, when you're ready, I'm closing my video.
Thank you very much, Lucia, for this good introduction and for, well, I really felt it, for this little meditation we always do when we start within our community work. So my name is Sven, and together with Anna, I'm leading the European community team. Within our team, we do stuff like harmonizing our pan-European HR and community approaches, so you all can feel more European. We do community building and community communication, such as the European report that has just been published, and I can only invite you to have a look at it. I want to pick up on something that Renier just said. In my life, I've been living outside of Europe for several times, and every time when I came back to Europe, I felt more European than I do living within Europe. Within Europe, we seem to focus more on topics dividing us than our similarities. We seem to focus more on borders, things that separate us. And I'm not only talking about national borders, especially the borders between people are an outcome of our upbringing, our education, and our experience. The fairy tale of the good ones who have to fight against them, the others, the bad ones, is omnipresent in our lives, in almost every movie. In the media, in the stories we get told, in so many cases, it feels unnatural to us. Allow me to say, we will never win if we are against something. It just creates new borders on our minds, in our hearts. We need to liberate ourselves from the enemy images and start to create power with people towards our shared future and help each and every single one of us to reconnect to what's alive in us. Like Lucia just, well, helped us a little bit to do so. What we really want to do is create a place that when people come home to Europe in the future, they will find a continent with less borders, a place of equality. Within Volt, we have a lot of initiatives and groups around diversity, which is amazing, which is great. Unfortunately, all too often, we take away the energy of one of the initiatives by the next initiatives. We talked to a lot of people outside of Volt, and they said that it does not feel like a beautiful concert. This is something we want to orchestrate more and better in the future, so Europe can hear, see, feel, and act with us as a movement. As European community team, we essentially see three tasks when it comes to diversity inclusion, and that's a bit of our strategy. The first one is to build a framework to coordinate our activities so our song can be heard across Europe. A song about building bridges, giving a hand to people in need, and reaching out to the communities we want to represent. The second one is that we want to support the establishment and the growth of diversity groups as safe places to exchange experiences for emotional healing and to drive topics forward. But we don't want to build isolated islands. So the third thing is we really want to empower our diversity, the diversity within our people, and that's essentially all of us, each individual of us, to bring in your experience in our movement. So we do not build isolated groups, but we build a shared future together. But this is nothing like the community team can do by itself. And we don't want it. What we really want to do is to encourage all of you to become a leader in that sense, because leadership essentially is a choice, not a position. So today, we ask all of you to make a conscious choice towards building bridges and to overcome the borders that have been created within Europe, within our minds. So Kim, let's do it.
Yes, let's do it. I want to talk to you a little bit about this first spark, this pledge. And hopefully you're sensing, hopefully you're feeling the goosebumps like I am from the poetry from Shuka, from the session with Lucia, from your contributions. And really, one of the things about doing politics differently, I think, is also about letting emotions coming in. And I think politics achieves something when it connects with people's hearts, and not just their minds. And really, if we're talking about systemic inclusion and being a party that aspires to that, we also need to be able to connect with people's hearts as well as their minds. And the first spark of that and trying to capture that vision is really what this document, the pledge, is all about. Hopefully you will have seen it. We've posted it in the info board. We've posted it around Volt. We've had contributions from all of the Volt diversity groups to make sure that this pledge also spoke for them. And really, one of the great feedbacks that we got was really that this pledge, for the first time, really captures the aspiration and the hopes that Volt is also trying to really enshrine in all of its policy actions. So I wanted to walk you through a little bit about this pledge, also how it came to be and what it's trying to achieve, and to really say that this is just the starting point. This is really not, a finished document. It's not the manifesto. The idea is really that this one is really about you personally as a voter, and we as a movement coming to some commitments that we're willing to share with the rest of the world, and that we're willing to showcase as being our commitment for making systemic inclusion not just a fantasy, but a natural reality. And I think we do want to be in a Europe which actually tries to strive for this quickly. We don't want to be in a Europe where it takes 100 years before we see, equality between gender pay. We don't want to be in a Europe where 100 years from now, we still have every single minority group failing in terms of employment figures, failing in terms of economic achievement. All of those things are really what inspire the pledge. So the pledge has a very particular tone, a very particular way of being structured. But the idea is that the pledge is also trying to be inspirational. So moving to the next slide, it's really about the fact that the pledge, like all great stories, began at 5 a.m. on a Tuesday. It's a document which kind of came flowing out of nowhere, but it was also inspired by the invitation from the organizers of the General Assembly to say, hey, we'd like to do something on this topic. What can we do? And this pledge is really about that. And it began with images of both the past and the future, and realizing that history has erased many contributions from many minority groups around the world. It's an aspirational document. It's also a document which really highlights the importance of dreaming big. If we want to make big changes, we have to not be afraid to also dream big. And if you are here it's because you believe in change. So let's begin. Let's begin with this pledge, and let's begin together. Now, the pledge has 4 components, but it's only a starting point. Hopefully, together with you, we can make these 4 components explode. Now, the pledge begins with a statement of purpose, and it also offers a series of opening pledges from Volt the movement. It then has a sparking thought, a story, if you will, that sets the tone and that really highlights the contributions that every single person in Europe can be proud of. Now, the pledge itself talks a little bit about our aspirations as a movement, and then it's really connected around 4, 5 key themes: look, listen, recognize, connect, and empower. And I believe that if we together work in this way, we can really build this movement of systemic inclusion. So the first one, and the most important one, is to look, is to make sure that we look for individuals whose voices may not be represented. And so we propose that Volt pledges to offer the opportunity to participate in politics to everyone, but especially those who would not have any opportunity anywhere else but our movement. And that's super important. The next one is really about listening. We undertake to listen and not to speak out of turn. And it's really important that we pledge to listen first to the experiences of individuals concerned, and rather than act upon our own assumptions. And what's really important as well is to stand up for individuals when their voices is not being represented. And if we as Volt can really learn to listen and really listen, then I think we're well on our way to becoming that party of systemic inclusion. The third one is recognize. And I want to highlight that this began actually with feel, but we felt it was really important to actually say that Volt perhaps cannot feel the pain of others if we haven't experienced it ourselves. But what we can do is undertake to be a movement that recognizes the pain of others and that seeks to proactively alleviate the pain. So here, it's really about pledging to promote a policy approach to tackling systemic discrimination, which recognizes the importance of emotions both in the design as well as the success of policies, and champions actions which really seek to balance the scars of systemic discrimination with the need to promote emotional healing. The other important aspect is to connect. We as Volt know that we have a bit of a challenge in terms of making sure that our membership reflects the diversity that we see across Europe. So we need to undertake to be a movement that actively seeks to connect and to be integrally embedded in every community across Europe. That is the only way we can make politics different. So we pledge to take active steps to build those connections with all the communities that make up Europe. We undertake to be active participants, and that those communities are feeling that we are also present to partake in their celebrations, to partake in overcoming their challenges, whatever those challenges might be, and that we praise these communities as being an integral part of all of our lives across Europe. And last but not least is empower. And I think that, of course, this shouldn't be unfamiliar to you as Volters. We are all about empowering individuals, all about empowering citizens. So we undertake to empower individuals from diverse backgrounds to have those same opportunities to be at the driving seat of change. Not just for them, but also for us, because actually that diversity can enrich us. That diversity can make us more successful economically, can make us more successful innovatively. And so these are all aspects that we want to try to do. And so we want to pledge to reflect the diversity in Europe in our own electoral lists, that we want to ensure that candidates from underrepresented backgrounds can find a place in our list, and that they are also placed in a position that they are electable, so that we can do that in the best way. And of course, we know that Volt isn't there yet. We have lots to do. But whilst we might not be there, what we can promise to do is to redouble our efforts to get there, that we see that as a priority, that we see that as something meaningful for Volt to be doing. And so that's essentially what the pledge is all about. It's not saying that we're going to do this in 1 day, that we're going to do this in 100 days. What the pledge is about is to set the tone for what we want to achieve together as a movement. Now, there are going to be more sparks, and those sparks have to come from you, have to come from everyone. And I hope that all of you will join us in making pledges. So as I've mentioned, it's a co-creation exercise. What I'd like you to do, and it doesn't have to be done today, it can be done next week, is to add to this document, to read it, to think about one thing you could do. It could be something like, I'm just going to go and actually do some research about how energy policy is impacted by diversity issues. It could also just be to say, hey, I know this local community group, which represents, a migrant community. I've never spoken to them. Why don't I just reach out to see what they're doing? What are their challenges? What can Volt do to help them? It could also be inside of Volt, think about communications. Are our communications portraying the diversity that we actually would like to embody? All of these things are really great examples of things that we want to see in the pledge. Systemic discrimination, remember, is the result of all the little things that we do without even realizing it that lead to that negative impact. So let's focus first on little things that we can do together to make our party the party of systemic inclusion. So if you need some examples, we've got a great video of what some of our voters have to say about the pledge.
Whether we have always been here or just arrived, we are all Europe.
For Europe to be more inclusive, we truly need to look, listen, feel, connect, and empower.
We need to look for our blind spots and for people who might not be represented.
We need to support those who are rarely heard or given the space to express themselves.
We want to raise the importance of emotional impact in discrimination in politics.
And share this burden as a community, but also connect over our collective achievements.
We wish to empower individuals from diverse backgrounds to be at the driving seat of change, so no one is left behind.
We still have a lot to learn, but we come with an open heart and an open mind, because we are Europe and we want to be the party of systemic inclusion for all.
And welcome back. So now it's in your hands. And we really want you to start to think about the kinds of pledges that you can make to make this Volt pledge something amazing, something incredible. And what I want to highlight as well is the importance of all of you contributing to that. So there are a few things that we're going to ask you to do as we leave out and that we make this digital public action. The first one is, now that you've seen the video, what we'd like you to do is, of course, to share that video, to share it with your team, to discuss with your team, and also to make sure that the rest of the world knows that we're making these pledges. So that's something which we're hoping that you can do together with us. And also make sure to use the hashtag #WeAreEurope. Hashtag #WeAreEurope is really important. When you're done, you also should share it with your team. And how to share it is really important as well. So we've created a change.org petition. We've made a decision to make those pledges public so that also we remain accountable to that, but also so that we signal to the rest of the world that Volt is that party of systemic inclusion. So you'll see on the slide, and we'll of course share it in the European Info Board, the link to the change.org petition where we would like you to add your pledge. Now that can be a personal pledge as a Volter, or that can be a team pledge. That can be a national pledge. That can be a European board pledge. It doesn't matter what you're doing within Volt. There's something that you potentially could do to help make our movement more inclusive and make the rest of Europe more inclusive. So if you've got an idea, please post it before the 3rd of May so that we can actually highlight all of this during Europe Day. We Are Europe is our campaign. And last but not least, and which really is important as well, is that if you can help our Commons people out, is that maybe you can also record your pledge in a little video as well and send it to us. And we'll give you the details of where you can submit those videos. And then we'll compile all of them and make a powerful video pledge, which will add on to the one that you've just seen. So that's something which is hopefully going to happen. And throughout the next few weeks, we're also going to be putting a lot of emphasis around these topics, around systemic discrimination and inclusion. We're going to be organizing a session on the 28th of April, which will be talking about systemic discrimination. We've invited experts from outside of Volt to talk a little bit about how they feel that our pledge, the tone that it has set, and also what they see as the role of Volt in making systemic discrimination no longer a reality. So I really thank all of you for participating in this particular public action. I know that Xenia wanted to say a little bit something which highlights kind of what's happening at a local level. I don't know if we have time for Xenia to say a word or two, but otherwise, I just want to thank all of you for participating so actively in this public action. And I hope that you will join us in making sure that #WeAreEurope is trending and that we are really becoming the party associated with systemic inclusion. Thank you so much.